Oh, got caught off guard there. I wasn't even ready. Happy New Year and welcome back, guys, to the first stream of 2024. I haven't streamed in nearly 2 weeks. I streamed, a lot of you guys remember, I streamed just before Christmas. I think it was like the 22nd or something, and I needed a big break. Had a lovely break, lovely time off, and this is the first time I'm streaming in about 2 weeks. So yeah, I'm a bit out of momentum, but it's good to be back behind the mic again, and it's good to see everyone in here as well. So, guys, how was your Christmases? How were your New Year's? I've already heard from a few of you, and you've told me that you've done some really cool stuff. But there's a lot of you that I haven't spoke to in so long that I have no idea what you guys have been up to. So, yeah, how was everyone's holidays? Because I want to hear. I do want to hear. I want to hear what cool things you got for Christmas, what cool things you got up to over the new year. And I also want to hear New Year resolutions, of course. We can't start the new year with a new stream and not have me ask you guys, what are you hoping to achieve or do this year, especially in Sorare? I want to know that. So New Year's resolutions, Sorare related, if you can, in the chat, because I want to have a nice little read of them. Hello to 40 marker. My Christmas was not so bad. I hurt my hand. What did you do to your hand? Your Christmas is not so bad. You hurt your hand. Hopefully, what? You hurt it as in you broke it or you sprained it or something. On the 23rd of Christmas, was it actually the 23rd of Christmas? That's the 23rd of December, you mean? Yeah. On the 23rd. How are you, FTS? I'm good, man. I'm really good. I'm a little bit out of sync, actually. It's funny because we're doing, of course, Sorare we're going to cover today, and we're going to talk about Pooky, and we're going to just try and cover as much as we can. But I'm so out of sync with a lot of Sorare stuff. I've been keeping like an eye open for things that have been happening. So a lot of you guys know that they released an update yesterday, which was like more just purely cosmetic around the manager ID. And I've just been trying to keep, in touch a little bit with anything they've been doing. But to be honest with you, I've not really spent any time looking or thinking that much about Sorare. And that was deliberate because I intentionally wanted to spend time away from the game over Christmas because we cover it every day. And I've been doing so for like a year. And so it's actually kind of cool to be back looking at Sorare again, thinking about Sorare again. I didn't really do any scouting or anything over the Christmas period. So again, that was deliberately planned because I wanted to take time off when I knew that I didn't really have much to do around my teams and I didn't really have many teams to put out. So I've not really spent much time thinking or talking about Sorare, and it's quite weird for me to say that because I'm often, before we took the break, it was pretty much the only thing that I would think about, every day. Sorare. What we're going to do about Sorare. So I'm definitely grateful we took the time off. My Sorare goal is to predict games better. That is it's a good Sorare goal. I think everyone should have that, right? Same for me. I want to try and predict games better as well. I mean, to be fair, I don't do too bad a job because I kind of, especially on Pooky, we do quite well on Pooky, which I was talking about a bit later. Happy New Year to Yono Skills as well. Hope you enjoyed the break. I definitely did. And Sai's in the house. Happy New Year to you as well, man. How's everybody doing who's just jumping in? I'm so out of sync that I forgot to set up another chat on another screen. So let me just quickly do that now. See, I haven't done this in so long. It feels like I'm a newbie again streaming. Hello also to Shyla. Shyla De Neron Neko. I never know how. I'm just going to say Shyla, right? I think it's Shyla. Happy New Year to you as well, man. X Francis is in the house. Happy New Year to you as well, guys. Guys, how have you been getting on Sorare over the Christmas period? Did anybody win? Amazing. I'm going to try and roll through some of the chat because the chat's really popping off, which is good. So I'm going to try and run through it. I don't have... What? Hold on a minute. 40 marker says, I punched through a car window, stopped a bad guy. What? What? What do you mean? You messed your hand up because you literally punched a glass window, but you were trying to stop a bad guy from doing what? What, stealing the car or something? Wow, there's a bigger story behind that. I'm sure. I need to know the. I think we all need to know the full story as to why you punched through a car window. Oh, hello. Tistil, thank you so much for the sub, man. Tistil is the first the first new sub. Well, not new sub because he's resub, but the first time we've had the Aguero. So of 2024. So thank you so much. Happy New Year to you. Hope you had a great time off. I really did, man. Really did. I'll talk a little bit about what I'd done and what I didn't do, and I've done a lot of nothing, which I think, over Christmas is the time to do nothing really. Not nothing, but like just where you just chill. You just have loads of lazy days. You kind of just chill with the family. You don't really do much. You just kind of, eating loads and chatting loads and just relaxing. And it was so cool to do that. Let me have a quick look. I don't have resolutions. I always do my best, but in terms of Sorare or Pooky, I want to dive deeper into it and start playing Captain 40 for Threshold and buy 2 more balls on Pooky. Hello to Twitch Gaming and Happy New Year to you, man. That's his kind of resolutions there to just get a bit more involved in Sorare and Pooky, and especially Captain 40. Definitely Captain 40. I mean, you already know it, don't you, Twitch Gaming, that 240 is very much the competition to be playing on Sorare, more so than anything. And it probably will continue to be as the prices of cards are still kind of low, right? My New Year resolution is to play better as a central attacking midfielder, says 40 marker. Let's try and read some more of them here. Donny VV's in the chat. Hello to Donny VV and Happy New Year to you, man. Who else we got here? Let's have a quick look. Tistil, Mark Gork, Happy New Year as well, man. Good to see you in here, so thank you for jumping in. Horrible, I went shopping for Capsule 40 Rare a lot, picked up the right players which scored high. I got 2 game weeks in a row, a random DMP, ouch. That's from Beast195. At least I won a tier 2 in NBA, just putting in this rare data lineup. Oh, cool. Very cool. Is anybody winning quite a bit on Sorare NBA? We don't talk about Sorare NBA a lot on the stream because I don't play it and I don't have any knowledge of NBA at all. And I had a little bit of an experience last year or last season where I was playing it, and I just got really pissed. Like, to be frank, I just got really pissed off and just really demotivated as to, again, the prices were going down a lot, and I just found it really difficult to find those bargain pickups that would give you the scoring that you needed in Sorare NBA to actually do well. So that was kind of like a mix of, I like to do budget scouting. The budget scouting wasn't really working there. And then what I was winning wasn't really worth a lot. And then again, it was going down in value. So kind of the classic Sorare dilemma that we've all kind of seen a lot. Hello also to A-Man X for tuning in from YouTube, man. So thanks for tuning in from YouTube. Yeah, this is still quite a new thing for us to be streaming on YouTube. So yeah, if you feel like you're on your own over there, then you're not, because you're kind of with everyone. But we are slowly building up a following on YouTube. So thanks for jumping in, man. Happy New Year to you. What's this here? I won first reward ever in NBA with a random team. Oh my God. Maybe that's the way I should be doing it then. Just throwing in whoever. Not that I'm playing it. Finished 166, 3.7k in the Rec League Common. We need Sorare Cricket. Sorare Cricket. Sorare Rugby. Sorare Tennis. Sorare Table Tennis. God, can you imagine that? Sorare ended up just getting like ridiculous amounts of sports in the future. That would be serious growth for them to get there, but I don't think I would play Sorare Cricket though. If Sorare Cricket, God, it sounds bad. Sorare Cricket. Sorry if anyone likes cricket. I find it so boring. Sorare Cricket and Sorare Golf, but everyone's different, right? So some of you guys might actually enjoy that. I wouldn't buy any cards at all. What else we got here? Not stealing. He kept a kid captive and told his mum to get the ransom. Or, oh my God, oh, he's going to get it. I asked the mum discreet what happened and then wrapped a jacket around my, oh my God, man. 40 marker. What kind of situations are you getting yourself into? I mean, fair play to you for helping the kid out, but what the hell? That is absolutely mental. I hope that the cops got involved and took the guy away. Awful. But a hero, a Christmas hero. So well done for getting involved and sorting it out, man. Threat NFL before anything else, or I riot. Yeah, I think I'd be the same. I think if we saw cricket before NFL, then something would be seriously wrong, wouldn't it? In Sorare. Hello to X Thompson. Happy New Year, FCS. We need a Sorare esports. Well, you know what? Before we get Sorare esports, we need Sorare to get to a point where the game is solid, because there's a lot still that the game needs to get right. That it kind of actually, we might as well talk about that. I might as well talk about that because I was thinking over the holidays, I was actually thinking about Sorare and kind of like what the year's been like for Sorare. And like there's been tons and tons of wins for Sorare, right? There's been loads of cool things that they've done in the game, like tons. I mean, a lot of managers actually forget that the Premier League, for example, the official license for the Premier League, that landed in the game last year, and that was a big coup for Sorare. We also got we got the cash wallet, which I think was like huge for Sorare. We got the collection game, which I think was huge. We got tons more competitions coming into the game, tons more cards and special edition cards. There was just so much good stuff that Sorare done. However, I also thought about it, and even though it was probably a good year for Sorare in terms of like getting the platform and the game developing further, we've got to be honest as well. And I'm going to give you my honest opinion about this, right? I don't think that Sorare, I think if I'm being honest about it, and I think if Sorare are being honest about it, I don't think Sorare really achieved a year that I think it maybe had ambitions to achieve. So that sounds a bit weird for me to say, but I think they had a good year, but I don't think 2023 was the big year that Sorare were maybe expecting, or I was expecting, because I thought Sorare would have a far bigger year and make a far bigger impact and attract and sort of like break into the mainstream a bit more than it did in 2023. And I think part of the reason for that is, of course, like marketing, and the lack of marketing didn't help. And they still don't really feel like the product or the game is ready yet to fully market. They're going to get the Rivals in, which is coming soon. And then when the Rivals is in, then they're saying that they're going to go full pelt on, unleashing the marketing guns and just trying to get the game really out there, right? But I think also, take away the marketing for a second, I think it was a good year, but it was a year as well that had far too many frustrations in it for users, myself included. And it felt like last year we were praising Sorare just as much as we were cursing the things that were really frustrating, that were really shitty about the game, decisions that were being made that just didn't make any sense and that just actually seemed like they were hindering like the user experience and making things worse. We saw nothing really happening with the club shop. Oh, hello. GBR21, thank you so much for the cheer, man, and the bits. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much, man. So, yeah, I think it was a good year, 2023, and I had a bit of time to think about it over the break. That was the one time, or the very few times that I spent thinking about Sorare, I started to look back and think, okay, what was the year like? And I think generally speaking, they're probably going to be happy with it, Sorare, but it just wasn't the year, the big explosive year that I thought Sorare were going to have. And, as I say, the Premier League was supposed to really take the game to the next level. And I don't think it really did, to the point where, like before they got the Premier League, everyone was thinking, okay, they need to get the Premier League and this game will go like through the roof. Did the game go through the roof? I don't think it did. I don't think it did. And obviously, the big talking point as well for most managers last year was the market, right? The market. We have to talk about the market. Um, so even though the game developed, the big problem still exists in Sorare, which is that they are minting far too many cards, or they're adding to far too many cards in the game against the amount of new users that are coming into the game. And so what we saw was just a complete kind of crash, really, of all the prices, and it just was really frustrating, right? It's frustrating to play a game and to enjoy a game when you're sort of putting money into it. You're seeing lots of cool things being done, but at the same time, the one big thing that you want to be addressed is not being addressed, and you're seeing your investments just going down and down and down. And often it wasn't because you picked bad players or like the players are doing badly. It was just simply because the supply is too big, right? It's too big. And so I think that was, for me, one of the things that really held back the game. Like the rewards were kind of shocking, to be honest with you, and they've been addressed. And then also just the game economy is still shocking, still hasn't really been fully addressed, and it will be soon, according to Nicholas Julia, the CEO of Sorare. They are really working on it, and there's going to be something big that's going to be happening around an announcement on that soon. So basically, this year hopefully is going to be the year for Sorare that last year wasn't. And that makes it sound like Sorare had a bad year, which I'm saying it didn't. But I don't think that Sorare achieved its potential to anywhere near what it could have last year. Personally, I don't think it did. And I would love to hear whatever all you guys think as well, actually. Do you feel last year was as big a year as what you thought it was going to be for Sorare? Or do you think that like there's bigger things to come this year? Do you feel like there's not bigger things to come this year? I'd actually love to hear everyone's opinion in the chat. I'm going to read it as well because I want to get the community's sentiment on that one. I've actually had more fun on Pooky over the last few months, says X Thompson. And I'm actually really happy to hear that because I have kind of been in the same boat mainly for the past few months, where we've been playing Sorare, which you can see on the screen right now, guys, and we've been playing Pooky, this game as well. I haven't even given you the link, so if you are new in the chat and new to the platform and the game, and the channel, sorry, and you don't know these games, then I'll put Sorare's link there, and I'll put Pooky's link there. Do use them if you want to check out these games, because you will not only help to support the channel, but you'll also get loads of freebies. You get up to £20 free credit to spend on Sorare and on Pooky. You get discount off your first purchase in the game. You get a free Pooky ball, which is going to help you to play the game and to hopefully win money. And you also get a ton of in-game currency, which you really need to play the game. We're going to come back to this later, but I just thought it was really interesting that X Thompson said he's having a lot of fun on Pooky, because I have to be honest, so am I. And there's been so many instances over the last few months where I've been enjoying Pooky more than Sorare. I really have. I actually looked at Pooky more over the winter break, over my break that I had, than I did look at Sorare, right? And part of that was just because I needed a bit of a break from Sorare, but also part of it's because just Sorare hasn't been as fun as it was for me, or as it has been. There's been a few instances where I've just been almost just not wanting to look at Sorare. And a few of you guys who've been on the streams will know why. It's because it's just so frustrating at times where, the card value is always going down. The rewards that you can win have not been that great at times. You could spend lots of time putting a lineup together to win a 60p reward. On Pooky, it's not like that. I can just spend a minute putting together my correct scores, my predictions, and then I can end up getting some really decent returns. And I think the only thing that Pooky's kind of lacking is that Pooky doesn't really have something which you can do daily, right? So, like, if you put your predictions together and you spend your energy, then you're like, well, what else can I do? You know, like there's nothing really else to do. And that's something that I'm definitely going to be talking to Pooky about, is that I think they need to have like a daily mode here where maybe they give you like a separate energy, and it's just daily energy, and you kind of get it to use in every day. If you don't use it, you lose it. So then it encourages you to come back every day and to play it. But yeah, they need to have like a daily mode, maybe an in-play mode, because if you think about this game, you're predicting on scores, which scores are going to happen in a game, and you can do that in play as well, because there's a big in-play market when it comes to predicting, right, and traditional sports betting. So I'd love to maybe see that, but I want to see a little bit the same with X Thompson, where I just felt like the fun factor that I've been getting from Sorare, not all the time, but has certainly over the last few months has been decreasing a little bit, largely because of the frustrations and the lack of action that we've seen from the team on certain things. But then on Pooky, they've been making lots of developments, lots of cool improvements, and the game, the rewards have been fantastic. So yeah, I'm with you on that, X Thompson. The ROI is indefinitely better. There's no risk on player injuries. It's easy to play, rewarding, and an entertaining platform. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, absolutely agree. Completely agree. What's this here? I won €5 this game week on Pooky in the Premier League. This is so easy every week and very fun to follow games and get more involved in other leagues. It really is, yeah. You guys will probably notice as well that on my Twitter page, I'm often, like, for example, an hour ago, I posted this little tweet here. And I promise you, I'm doing this so that you guys who aren't playing Pooky can start to get involved in this. Especially if you are playing Sorare, and especially if you've been playing Sorare Limited and you've just been struggling to win, first of all, and then when you when you have won, you've then been struggling to win anything worthwhile. Honestly, start putting more time into Pooky, because as you can see here on the screen, and I'm going to show you in the game, I for the last few weeks, right, I have literally just been putting the same score in for every single game in the Premier League. I've also been doing it in the German league, which is the Bundesliga, of course, loads of other leagues too, right? And it's been taking me like a minute to do, right? Taking me a minute to do. No research required, no effort required. Don't need to spend hours doing it. It takes me 1 minute, right? And I've been winning more on Pooky based on the time that I put in against what I've been winning on Sorare, on Limited. Not on Rare, because Rare's still got really good ROI, especially for Captive 40. But for Limited, the ROI on Sorare for Limited has been shocking. Has been disgraceful over the past year, and especially over the past 6 months, right? Because all the values have gone down. Whereas on Pooky, it's just like, it's super easy. You just do whatever, and you can just get money from it. And it seems like, and I've said it before, it seems like robbing the bank. It really does, because in a way, you technically shouldn't be able to just put like 2-1 or whatever score you want to do, like 0-0 for every single game, and then just come away with like £5, which is what I've done here. And I'm going to show you, in case you don't believe me. So this is the live game week right now in Pooky, game week 59. And at the moment, I've entered every single league that I could. So the Premier League, the Spanish League, the Italian League, right? And at the moment, I'm winning 6.3 Matic, which is about £5. How did I win it? If I go into the English League here, I simply put 2-1 in for every single game. No thought at all, just 2-1. A little bit of thought, actually, because I put 2-1 here differently. Other than the Arsenal game, it was a home 2-1. And I to honestly, look, the one time I decided to do away 2-1, it was actually 2-1 at home. So I should have done 2-1 at home, right? Should have just kept it all 2-1, and then I would have got another exact score, typical. But you don't need to know football. I mean, if you do, great, then you should be able to do better. But you really don't need to know anything about football. You don't need to spend any time looking into the games or the stats or the forms or who's available, who's not. You don't have to worry about DMPs. You could literally just put the same score in for every single match that's being played, and then you could just clean up. And but you might be thinking, okay, well, £5 isn't really, worth it, or isn't really a lot. But think about this, right? It took me 1 minute to do. It took me 1 minute to put 2-1 in. And then as soon as I'd done it, I was done. That was it. I didn't have to think about it for like the rest of the week or whatever. It's just a nice, easy £5. And if you consider the returns here against, say, spending time doing a lineup for limited on Sorare, which is great. It's fun to kind of put together the lineups, right? But you could spend hours doing it, right? And then you could have one player that DMPs on you, and it just completely kills your team, right? It kills your chance to win anything. You could also do quite well. You could get, say, because we've seen it, you could get 400 points or 400 plus points in a competition, and you could come away with, which is, by the way, a lot. Hitting 400 plus points in limited is good going, and you could come away with a 60p reward, which is what happened to us, right? And it just doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel great. Whereas here, it feels amazing because I'm not spending any time at all. I'm just like, whatever. And then we're just getting £5. And this has happened so often now. At the moment, I've also done something not similar. Here, I've done a little bit of a different strategy where I just put in what I thought the games would be. And again, it took me about 2 minutes to do. I thought that this one would be 2-0. I thought this one would be 2-1. So I've got some different scores here. But again, I didn't do any research. Just put in whatever. And we'll see how that does. And then the Italian League, I think I did put... Yeah, the Italian League, look. I done 3-2 for every single game in the Italian League, which starts in... When does that start? It starts this Friday, right? It starts in 2 days' time. So we've done a 3-2, all the same score before in the German League, and we actually ended up winning a bucket load of money just from doing something ridiculous, like every game's going to be 3-2. So loving it, enjoying it a lot. Really enjoying it. You can't make it up. Would have been 400 plus as well, that if just one of them hits you in the rewards. Yeah, exactly. This is the great thing when you do something random and crazy like this, is that we don't actually need to get all of these right. We just need to get, say, one exact score, and then we need to get probably one or two, actually not one or two, we probably need to get like 3 or 4 that are then scraping some kind of points, right? And that's going to get us into the top 50%, and we can then win some money. So this is the great thing about this game, is that it doesn't really matter. You might think, oh, none of this is all going to be 3-2, and you're right. Like, there's so many of these games which are not going to be 3-2. But if one of these games is 3-2, we're going to be laughing. We're going to be laughing our way to cash rewards on Pooky. So we're going to come back and we're going to do this. We're going to talk about it a bit more later, but I just wanted to pick up what X Thompson said, is that he's been enjoying Pooky. He's been having more fun on Pooky. And I kind of have to agree that, Sorare, I think they've realized that they're kind of pissing their users off a little bit too much by not making the game as fun as what it should be. And there are some cool things on the way which are hopefully going to reignite that fun factor. But, for someone like me, who's largely a Sorare content creator, for me to basically be saying to you guys that I've had less fun playing Sorare than I have been playing Pooky over like the last month, that should tell you everything about what's going on really in Sorare and how frustrating it has been. But anyways, we're going to start doing some more Sorare stuff because I'm back from the break. I'm fresh. I'm ready to go again. I'm ready to start diving into Sorare. And we'll talk about this first of all. We'll just talk about this quickly. Italy, probably one of the worst leagues for 3-2. It really is, yeah. That's why I like doing it. Because imagine if one of those games end up being 3-2. Because it's so unlikely, the odds are going to be so high, as in the price is going to be so high for it, right? Because the odds are so low for it to happen, that then actually you're going to be laughing. But you're right, Mark. 3-2 is not the type of score that you expect in the Italian league. Yeah. I also love that it's not reliant on exact scores that there's strategy behind over 2.5, under 2.5, and you can still get rewards. Absolutely, yeah, 100%. There's strategy not only for that. I think one of the other things that I'd like to see, I'd love to be able to see it because it's such a big market, betting wise. Anyway, it's a huge market betting wise, but it doesn't really exist in Pookie. Is the both teams to score market, right? So at the moment, you can basically predict on over 2.5, under 2.5, and then home draw away, right? But I'd also like to see both teams to score somehow added in because you can have, for example, an over 2.5 scoreline, right? Without both teams scoring. And that's quite a skill in itself to predict when you think both teams are going to score. So that's not really happening. That's not really like, it doesn't really exist. But I'd like there to be some kind of an element where you could also predict whether you think both teams are going to score. Because I think that would really enhance the strategy that you do on Pookie. And then it also just means that if you're really good at doing that, then you should be able to place higher up as well. And I'm quite good at predicting both teams to score. It used to be like my main market that I used to bet on when I used to do a lot of betting. And to be fair, even when I do every now and then have a little bet, I'll either do all over 2.5 or I'll do all both teams to score because they're just such good markets to do. Yeah. All right. Let's talk about this then. So this is the new thing which arrived in the game yesterday on Sorare. And this is it here. This manager ID. I'm going to briefly talk about it. I'm not going to if you're new to the channel, if you've never been on one of my streams before, then one thing that you'll pick up pretty quickly from me is that I basically just, I don't bullshit you guys, and I talk quite straight and honest, and I'm never gonna just overclap things and just like hype things up which I don't think are worth hyping. I'm not a type of person. This is good and this is cool that Sorare have added this into the game, this manager ID, but it's purely cosmetic, right? Purely cosmetic. It's just a way to customize your own space, right, in Sorare, so that when you log in, it feels a bit more like it's your club, right? And it's your personalized club. It doesn't have any effect on like how you do in the game or anything like that. It's just a way to show off these badges. It's a way to say that this is like my stadium, right? And this is cool. I like, if you want to go and change your stadiums, you can. You can change your badges too. You can change the stadium, funny enough, by clicking on this picture here, and then it shows you all the different stadiums, right? This is cool. This is cool. And I'm just going to tell you right now, I've seen tons of people on social media, especially Twitter. I've seen tons of people going crazy for this, right? Kind of almost hyping this up to be like Jesus, like the return of Jesus, basically saying this is amazing. This isn't amazing, okay? This is cool. And this is something that's nice to have in the game. But this is, if we're being honest about it, this is probably something that should have been in the game a long time ago. It's not something for me that I personally think, yeah, it's amazing. It makes me want to play the game more. It's fine, right? It's fine. It's good. It's welcome. It's a nice addition. It's nothing super amazing to talk about, in my opinion. But we can bring up what they said as well. I don't think there's going to be, let's just run through it. I don't think there's going to be like anything, they're looking to improve it, but I don't think there's going to be anything like significant that will then kind of necessarily enhance your Sorare journey. Here we go here. So new year, new you, unveiling the manager ID. It says showcase your skills with a new emblem, blah, blah, blah. It's just all cosmetic. And then, yeah, it talks about this here. You get a club badge, which is what you guys saw. You get an accomplishment badge. You get your stats and stadium. I mean, I'm not going mad for this, is what people are. Some people are. But I think it's also kind of cool that we have it in the game. It's a kind of like, thanks for adding it in, but what else have you got? You know what I mean? Like, great, but show me something like more significant. And it is coming, right? So it's welcome, it's appreciated, but I just don't think it's I don't think it's that amazing. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people going crazy on it. I think it's good, but I don't think it's. I mean, maybe I'm wrong here. Is anybody like really hyping this up? Is anybody really in on this? I think it's fine, right? I think it's fine, but I think we've been honest about it. It's a like a 4.5 year game, and we're only just getting that you can customize your page or your area in the game. I mean, yeah, great, great, but a little bit too long to get something in the game. But it's fine. It's here. So yeah, it's here. You can customize. If you didn't know, you can. If you're into customizing things and personalizing things, you can do it now. But for me, I kind of responded to Sorare yesterday saying, "Look, it's great. You've got it. It's fine." But it's just window dressing. It really is just window dressing. And hopefully, we're going to get some things that we can be more excited about very, very soon. But it's a good start. It's not a bad start. Yeah, it's not a bad start. It's a nice cosmetic touch, definitely. Yeah, it's a nice cosmetic touch. In the most positive way, it's used. It's useless. The thing about cosmetic, there are people who like it a lot and want it. Yeah, I agree. I really agree. So, like someone like me, I actually, to be honest with you, I quite like cosmetic things, but on Sorare, not so much. Maybe it's because it's a Web3 game and it's all around like ownership and like the returns you can get from the ownership. At the moment, you kind of you have badges that you don't own. You have them, but you don't own them. You can't take them out of the game. And it's just, I don't know, the cosmetic thing for me around Sorare hasn't really appealed to me. But you're right, there are some people that will absolutely love this. And so it's kind of a win, right? It's a win for Sorare because it just means that they make the game look a bit better, look a bit fancier. It gives people who want that sort of thing, they get it now. They can customize to their heart's content. So they can't really go wrong with it. But yeah, for me, it's like, well, I saw it. I thought, okay, it's not a bad start for the new year, but it's not something I'm raving about. I didn't even do a tweet about it yesterday. You guys know that if Sorare do an update, I'll usually kind of comment on it or I'll kind of retweet it and I'll say, oh, this is great, blah, blah, blah. I didn't even feel this was worth the time to retweet and say, yeah, this is amazing because I don't think it is, to be honest with you. I care 100 times more about the cosmetics of the cards. I agree. X Thompson, you're on fire today. I'm liking everything that you're writing in the chat. I agree. I think when it comes to cosmetics, I will be raving about the cards. And you guys remember that when the new season cards were released this year, well, not everyone, but there was a large portion of the Sorare community that did not like them, that were slamming the designs of the cards. And I was not one of them. I was actually saying that I love the designs of the cards. And I actually feel like they're the best, some of the best designs that Sorare have ever done. And so cosmetics for me in this type of game have to be about the cards because it's a card game, right? If you're going to do cosmetics about a manager homepage, it's great, but you're not going to get me singing high and low about it. It's just whatever. It's fine. Hello to FBO Thinker. Happy New Year to you, man. How's it going? Yeah, it's going good, man. It's going pretty good. Mark Gork, such an unnecessary bullshit. Yeah, it doesn't appeal to you then, does it? I've been playing too much Marvel Snap. Oh, God. X Thompson, don't tell me about Marvel Snap. I have been playing so much Marvel Snap over the Christmas period. It's nuts how far I've got now in it. And we're going to be coming back to that tomorrow evening, and then Friday evening, we're going to be doing that. But I think the last time I done Marvel Snap, I think my collection level was like 850 or something. I'm at like 1,500 now. Like I've grinded like hard over the Christmas period, and yeah, I'm enjoying that a lot. And the cosmetics on the cards on Marvel Snap are so cool, and so it's quite nice to kind of compare design, isn't it? Like the design philosophies for the two card games here. I don't like they add so many visual changes rather than improving the gameplay and competition, to be honest. I don't care how fancy it looks. Make the core gameplay good, make rewards worth playing. I agree. I agree with you on that as well. Yeah. So I would be raving about this more if all the bigger concerns in the game were addressed and Sorare on top of them, right? But because they're not, for me, it just seems like a bit disingenuous to be kind of like raving this up, saying this is amazing, and this is great. And it's like, actually, I don't really care too much about this. Like, the market is still pretty shocking. The rewards have still been pretty shocking. And we know that they're working on it. So, like, it's fine. But if those problems didn't exist, then I'd be raving about this, right? Then I'd be saying, oh, this is really cool. Look at what they've done here. But honestly, there's bigger issues, isn't there? It's bigger things that Sorare need to get on top of. I actually would have liked to have seen this come a lot later. Like, this isn't for me a priority, but the priority should be do the other things first, and then once you're on top of those and they're good, then you can start doing the stuff that doesn't really, it's not really important, that doesn't really matter. Then you can start adding that on, right? The time that was spent doing this, which was probably a lot to be fair, could have been time spent on getting the rewards fixed sooner, or getting new competitions done, or getting the gameplay sorted quicker, or like doing the game economy stuff more, right? So that's another reason why I was just like, it's great, but I would have preferred it if they'd have put more resources first into doing the stuff that everyone is saying we want to see improvements on, rather than improving, as Twitch Gaming said, the look of the game, which really doesn't really help a lot of Sorare managers at the moment. Free Tip Scout, I have a question about Pooky. I have a rare Bremen ball. If I apply a common Leipzig sticker to it, will the Bremen club be replaced by Leipzig, or will I get a boost for both Bremen and Leipzig? So that's a good question, actually. That's a good question. Yeah, it's both, though, yeah. Yeah, as Mark Gawk said, it's both. Yeah. I mean, it's a good question, because if you are playing Pooky and you're not familiar with it, then you'll be like, okay, I don't want to replace that club, right, by putting that sticker on, which is almost the right way to think about it, that if you have a club already, and you put another sticker on, will it replace it, or will it add to it? And it will add to it. I think the time when you can replace it, I think the time when you can replace it is when you ascend. I think when you then ascend, you can choose which club you want to keep for the ascended ball. And so that would be the time when you don't really replace, but you'd say, I don't want that club anymore. I want to keep that club from the other ball. But if you're adding a sticker on, it just adds the club to it. Right. Should we have a little look at the game week, because it's quite an interesting one. So what we're going to do now is we are going to try and look at, because it's Wednesday, we're going to try and look at the L15 under 40 cap cheat codes, which we haven't done in a while. It's going to be quite fun to do. Does anyone have any news about Terence Boyd? No, but I would like to know that too. I would like to know that, yeah. If anybody does have any news, then please let us know. He's a player, a forward, that I was looking at in the summer, and I'm actually kind of happy that I didn't get him, because, yeah, he's kind of been injured for a while now. Let's bring up, what game week are we talking about here? What game week are we talking about? Is it game week 439? It is, isn't it? Game week 439. Okay, at the moment, you guys can see that I have Cap 220, Cap 240, and Cap 240 rare. I might as well just quickly show you the teams before we dive into like scouting, right? My Cap 240 rare isn't that good, and I don't think that it's actually going to hit I don't think it's going to hit the threshold. One of the things that I knew a long time ago was that for game week 439, I would have a very limited selection of players to choose from. My selection gets a lot better from game week 441, but for game week 439, I've only got a handful of players to pick from. Now, to be honest with you, my selections got better, because I only had Thomas Henry and then Sander van der Streek. But I won this guy. I won this guy during Christmas, actually, Ali Karimi. So I've got Ali Karimi now, which is good. And then I also picked up this guy here, Chidozie Awaziem. He's a defender who plays for Boa Vista. And I picked him up mad cheap, you know. I picked him up so cheap. Let me just show you. Like, for me, he's great for Threshold. I picked him up, I think, for like £4 or something. How much did I pick him up for? No, tell a lie. I didn't pick him up for £4. I picked him up for £7. And then I sent this Go Young Un along with it as well. So, yeah, I spent a fair amount. But if you look, like 6 days ago, it went for 13. Again, £13. He's just got that nice kind of mid-range scoring for Threshold. But he's also got a lot of high-end. So let's bring him up. I'm trying to bring him up on Sorare, but it's a little bit difficult to find. Here we go. You can see here, actually. He's got this nice high-end as well, where every now and then he'll hit like an 80 or 100. I quite like that. His AA is quite good. So I've got him now, which is lovely. And we can start to play him. Good afternoon. Hello to Gamichadinho. How you doing, Gamichadinho? Happy New Year to you as well, man. Yeah, so at the moment, I'm thinking for my Capsule 40, it'll be Ali Varul, it'll be Samba Camera for that defensive stack with Ali Varul. We don't have a ton of players, so technically what I could do is I could play Chidozie in here as the defender, which then means I don't play a defensive stack. And then I could play somebody like Sander van der Streek. Where are they? Yeah, Sander van der Streek or Thomas Henry. Don't want to play Thomas Henry because he's away to Inter. Don't really want to play Sander van der Streek, even though he's got 2 games. But if it looks like he's going to start, I might play Sander. But at the moment, he hasn't really been starting, as far as I know. So, yeah, let's have a quick look. Very well, thanks. Good, sir. Hope you had a great break. I did indeed, man. How are you? How was your Christmas, Gamichadinho? How was your time off, if you had time off? I'm from Portugal. Chidozie is a great defender, to be honest. Yeah, that's from Quim. I couldn't believe how cheap he was, to be honest with you. Yeah, so you can see here, this is the problem that I have with Sander van der Streek. I picked him up because, again, he was really cheap, and he's still technically really cheap. He's like £6.61. He's not starting at the moment. And so, even though he's got 2 games, he probably might start one of them. I just don't think I want to target someone that's not starting, even if they've got 2 games. If he has 2 games and he's starting, then it's like a no-brainer. You throw them in, and you probably give them the captaincy. But if you have a sub player that has 2 games, you don't really want to be playing them, even if they have a chance to start one of them. It kind of defeats the purpose of a double game week for them then, doesn't it? So, for the moment, no. That's why I'm running with Camera and Chidozie. I don't think I'm going to have the captain on Ali Karimi, actually. I'm undecided who I'm going to have the captaincy on. But for now, I just put it on him. And up front, I have João Figueiredo. So this is kind of the team at the moment. Let's, I don't know what that looks like in the lineup builder. Let's throw it in. So chaotic here. Or so chaotic. Here, there, and everywhere, visiting family, and then my birthday in between. Happy birthday to you, man. When's your birthday? Is your birthday after Christmas, or is it before Christmas? Back to work today. Going to be lurking whilst I work FTS. No problem at all, Thompson. All good, man. Right, Capsule 40 rare. Let's do suggest a lineup. It's going to suggest that exact lineup that I've put together. Samba Camera on the bench? I don't think so. He's a starter, actually. And then it's saying to captain João Figueiredo. But I don't think I would do that. He's up against a difficult opponent. They have a 51% chance to win based on the odds. That's nuts. That they have a 51% chance to win against a Dana. I don't agree with that. I think that's a trap. Maybe the play is to look at Karimi as the captain. 29th of December. Angers, St. Etienne, and Marseille cards just released. Okay. Cool. Thanks for that, Matter. How are you, Matter, as well? Yeah, he's kind of level of scoring. Karimi's been, you can see here, look, Karimi's quite underwhelming. Over the past year, and this was a player that I won as a reward, by the way. So I didn't go out and buy this guy. And to be honest with you, I probably wouldn't have gone out and bought this guy. So I won him as a reward over the Christmas. So I figured, you know what, let's just keep him. Because he could have some use, right? And lo and behold, he has some use here. I just don't think he's the right captaincy pick, is he? Because his ability to hit into the scores of 60 points or more, and especially 70, 80, is just not really there. He doesn't really have a huge decisive threat. His AA is okay, but it's not great. Especially over the past year. Yeah, it's quite just bog standard threshold, isn't it? Yeah. He does have an okay-ish opponent, Sivaspor, so he could do well. And his AA is actually not too bad. Look, 20 here, 14 here. Had a bit of a shocker there. Then 7, 12, 6, 12, 5. So if he gets a decisive, which he done there, but then he has a decisive of around 20 or 10 here, he's going to hit 70, 80. But he doesn't really have that decisive threat. And he doesn't seem to be able to hit scores of 80 without a decisive. Let's go back and have a little look. No, look, decisive. And then look, he done it once. Look, he done it once, but this was, oh my God, this was for Al Ali. This was in a completely different country. Yeah, he's not going to be the right captaincy pick. So, yeah, let's come off him. Let's put it on him for now. Let's go back. Right. So that's my Cap 240 rare at the moment, which probably needs a little bit of work still, but this is what it's looking like. I think Kiseri is an interesting team to pick up players from. I think not many people are looking at them, but they're doing well. I agree, yeah. I think there's some good players, actually, like Lionel Carroll, for example. They've got Miguel Cardoso in there as well. Those are two of my favourites from the team. But they're also not expensive, really. So I agree. I think there's definitely an opportunity there. So this is what we're looking like at the moment. I don't think that we would have Figueiredo as the captain, but we'll look at that a little bit later, maybe tomorrow. And then I've also got I've got a team for Cap 220, but I think I need to do a little bit of work around this here because there's Cardoso, funny enough. Eric Botheim's not going to play or start, so I kind of technically need another player here. I do have some players for Cap 240. But again, look, I've got a forward here who's not really gonna do much, and we've got mainly an Alanyaspor like team. So I almost need an Alanyaspor forward because then I could just run a pure Alanyaspor stack. Because then I could throw Florent Hadegenaar in here, and then I could play that team. So I don't know what I'm going to do at the moment. I need to figure it out. Right. Let's do some scouting then. So let's have a little look for L15 under 40 players, right? For the next game week. Game week 439. Yeah, game week 439. Start with goalkeepers here. And then what we need to do, L15 under 40. You guys can do whatever, but for our Wednesday streams, we always look at L15 average scores of 40 or below. Let's do that. There shouldn't be too many. There's 77. So we're going to get like a ton of players that just come up here that are just pure backups that have no relevance at all. We can probably get rid of a load of them, which I think we should just do. So we're going to put must have played minimum of 20% in the last 5. Let's do that. Filter. Then we get 9. Wow. So this tells you everything about the game week, that it's a really difficult game week. because there's just not many games that are happening. Marco Silvestri's in there, David Jensen, Yusuf Karagos, okay, Franco Rossi. Wow. Scuffet's in there. Scuffet's got like an okay-ish fixture, but I don't think there's, as I said, I don't think there's any limited cards of him. There isn't. So if you're playing limited, then he won't really apply. If you're playing rare, you're probably already aware of this guy. I don't think he's going to do that good anyway. So I'm not going to add him as a cap cheat code. I treated myself to an Ali Varul as a Christmas present. I saw, Beast, yeah. I was having a look at Ali Varul's price and the people that have been buying him recently, and I saw you picked him up, didn't you? I saw, man. Well done. New French League cards just dropped. Yeah, thanks, Timbo. Yeah, the guys mentioned it. Okan Kosuk. Kosuk's decent. He's playing for a team that's struggling, really, and they're struggling to keep clean sheets. You can see that here. So I think if you were yourself struggling to find a starting goalkeeper for this next game week, then he could be one to consider, especially because he's cheap, right? He's like £8.57 on the market. But just keep in mind that you're probably not going to be able to get a decent level of scoring from him. Don't expect a clean sheet from him against Fatty. He's just almost an enabler type goalkeeper. I wonder how many goalkeepers there are that have an L15 of just over 40, like that. Okay, we get significantly more. Then Ali Varul pops up. So Ali Varul's quite a good option. I have to say that, of course, because I have him and I think he's great. God. Wow. Livakovic has got an L15 of 42. That's really good. Doesn't have an L15 of 40 or below, but we're talking about a top goalkeeper here. Look at his level of scoring. You'd have to say as well, Fenerbahce, even though they've not been keeping loads of clean sheets at the moment, surely got to keep one against Istanbulspor. They've surely got to. So he's kind of like, I'm going to add him in. I think he is a cheat code, really, for this game week. Hello to Phenom as well. How you doing, man? So, yeah, Livakovic is worth looking at. Josip Martinez, not really. Carnecci's in there. Carnecci, sorry. Tascaran's in there. Tascaran's a good one. We must talk about Tascaran because Tascaran has 2 games. He has a double game week. So he has an L15 of 42. He has the potential to give you scores of 70 and 80. He has actually pretty good levels of AA. So all he really needs is a clean sheet, and then he should be able to deliver you 70, 80. The only problem is that his 2 games are not that great. But he has 2 games, look, in game week 439. So he needs to be added in, I think, for now. Also, thank you to Regular for the follow. Welcome into the channel, man. Who else should we talk about as a goalkeeper? I don't think there's many. This game week. Tascaran. I'm not really fancying Josip Martinez, if I'm honest with you. He's actually quite a good goalkeeper. But he's playing for a team that can't really keep clean sheets to save their life. Look. So he has an L15 of 42, but the reality is that he's probably going to struggle to even give you a score of 42. And that's not the point of a cheat code. The point is you need to find someone that's really low, has the potential to hit really high, right? And I just don't think that he has that at the moment. He's actually made a load of errors, isn't he, as well? It's not having a good time at Genoa at the moment. They're going to lose 3-2, exactly. So, yeah, avoid. This isn't bad, to be fair. This is actually probably very good. Adam. I don't rate this guy, personally. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't rate him. I think he's okay. He's playing for a top team, right? If he's not playing for this team, I don't think that I don't think he's going to score that good. Because if you look at it, a lot of his good scores are just clean sheets, right? And when you're playing for one of the top teams, you're going to get lots of clean sheets, aren't you? But I just don't think that he's that great, if I'm honest with you. But what I will say is that he has a home game against Estoril, and that's actually pretty good. So even though he's not an L15 of 40 or below, he has 43. He's a little bit expensive. He's like £22, £25. I personally wouldn't spend that on a 36-year-old goalkeeper unlimited. I think if you do, you're kind of almost asking for trouble, because then like his price is going to go down. And then you're going to struggle to almost offload him without taking a loss. It's not L15 and not this week, but who I recently discovered and who is insanely low rare price for his scoring is Alvaro Valles. I'm probably stupid to give this tip away because I want him myself. Yeah, well, if you don't have him already, then then yeah, you're pumping a player that you want but you haven't got, which is never a smart thing to do, really. And I can say that given that I've done that myself on the stream. Here's this new batch of cards. Yeah, you can go and buy them if you want. I'm not buying them at all. We'll have a quick look at them though. Why not? A few of you guys have mentioned it in the chat. Let's have a quick look. It's the standard now, isn't it? You know, okay, it's great, new cards, new players, but yeah, I'm not too fast if I'm honest with you. I'm not looking to buy. Personally, I'm not looking to buy Inter Limited anymore, and these aren't really clubs that massively appeal to me. I'm not really putting together teams for second div. So yeah, if you are, it's great. You can start going and buy them now. Maybe these are players you've been waiting for. But for me, it's kind of like, great, whatever. When PSG, I can't believe there's been no news on PSG, right? That's actually a really good point. You know, like I think what's annoying, and you guys know what I'm going to say here, is that Kylian Mbappe is the Sorare ambassador, right? But we still don't have the PSG license. And it's fine if you don't have the PSG license, right? It's not fine, but like, okay, we understand. But what's going on with it? You know, like, are they close to getting it? Do they feel like they're going to get it soon? Like, I guess it's just in discussion still, but there's just been so much radio silence on it. I think that's the frustrating thing, is that, you know, if we were talking about new cards here for PSG, I think it'd be like, wow, this is amazing, but yeah, we haven't really seen them. We don't really know what's going on. Thank you also, Phenom, for the sub, man. Thank you so much for the Prime. Welcome back into the channel. Does anybody, I mean, maybe you guys in the chat know, does anybody know what's going on with the PSG license with Sorare? Like, has anybody seen any correspondence, any official correspondence from Sorare in the Discord? Like, maybe someone's asked them in the Discord saying when PSG, what's going on with it? And then maybe one of the mods or one of the guys from the team has said, we're working on it still, or currently in the process of getting it. You know, like, I don't know anything. I don't know anything. The last time that I saw anything from Sorare around more French clubs was when they announced, they launched the League One Amateur, and then they launched it with half the clubs, right? And then everyone was like, what are you doing? Like, what? How can you launch a club, a new competition, with half the teams from the competition? And so everyone was a bit disappointed because it was a bit underwhelming. And then Sorare came out a few days later after they basically launched the competition. They said, don't worry, we're currently in discussions with lots of other clubs. You'll see more clubs coming over the next few weeks. But they didn't really give specifics. And the big one that was missing was PSG. And it's a bit of a weird one because obviously, you know, as I say, Mbappe is the ambassador for Sorare, but you can't actually go out and buy a new season card of Mbappe because it doesn't exist. He's not in the game. He is in the game, but he's not in the game as a new card. So it's a little bit of a weird situation for Sorare that they can't actually sell new cards of their ambassador. Everybody is somehow looking at the small chance of winning an Mbappe, Messi, Haaland. Who else currently? I think Kane as well. I think you can throw Kane into that mix. I think a lot of people want to win a Kane. I would, because you get so much good utility out of him and good scoring. This thrives the competitions as well, no? It does, yeah. It does, definitely. But also, what I would like to... Oh, in fact, I've just remembered. Okay, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Weren't we supposed to be getting... And probably we're going to get it soon, but... Weren't we supposed to be hearing about the new month-long in January? What the fuck is this here? What has it brought me onto? When did they talk about that? Was it in the pitch notes? I don't think it was, no? No. We're supposed to hear something, aren't we, soon about the new month long. Trying to find it. It wasn't there. Was it one of these ones? Maybe it was this one here. Let's have a little look. Where we at? Where we at? Reward box. Okay, fine. Okay. Here we go. This is it, right? Yeah, okay. We've seen your positive feedback surrounding the ongoing Supercap 220. This will return on January the 12th. Okay, cool. So game week 441. Right, cool. And then we'll share more info on the prize pools for the next round of this competition in the coming week. Have we seen that? Haven't seen that, no? Let's go and have a little look. I don't think it would be in here per se. You would actually have to look in the custom leagues, right? Let's just have a quick check in there anyway. Yeah, because usually for the month long, they throw it in the custom leagues, don't they? I don't think it's there. Go back. Let's go into custom leagues. And then, no, where is it? Where is it then? Have I missed something here, guys? Or... Because it said, we'll share more info on the prize pools for the next round of this competition in the coming week. And like, this was published basically on the 12th of December. Like, have we missed it? Do you guys know? Happy New Year to FIFA as well, man. There's a question out for the chat, by the way. I want to know whether I've missed the prize pool for the new month long. Because in the article, Sorare mentioned that they're going to be releasing more details about it in the coming week, which was basically on the 12th of December, but I don't remember seeing it. I think they meant weeks, not week. Yeah, they might have meant that, yeah. They might have meant in the coming weeks rather than in the coming week. Yeah, I think if you say coming week, you almost expect it to be then in that week, right? But yeah, you could be right there. Griff Dog, thank you so much, man. No, so I haven't missed it then, have I? Okay, so the reason why we're looking at this is because I'm going to be I'm quite interested to see what the prize pool is going to be for the new month long. Griff Dog, hello, mate. Good to see you back. Hope you had a good Christmas and New Year. Thank you, I did. And hopefully for you too, man. Thank you for the resub as well, buddy. Really appreciate it in the 4 months. Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see, because you guys know that I made a big fuss about this, and rightfully so, that the last month long, and I used this word before, and I'm going to use it again. The last month long, the prize pool for it was just a disgrace, really. An absolute disgrace. There was not really any difference between the month long and the weekly prize pool. And that's not the point of the month long, because if you're asking your users to invest more time, more effort, potentially more money over a longer period of time, then there should be a bigger carrot on the end of the stick, not the same carrot on the end of the stick for the month long as there was for the weekly. And basically what happened is that there were like just the minimum reward that you could win, especially in limited. Well, in all of the competitions was like a tier 5, right? But in limited, that equates to a 60p reward. And that's just not good enough to ask people to kind of play something for a month, to then say that after a month's worth of time and effort, even if you finish at the bottom end, you're going to get a 60p reward. The bottom should be higher, so that then it's more rewarding and more worthwhile to do, right? And so it's going to be quite interesting. I'm expecting that they're going to add reward boxes into the new month long, but we haven't seen anything yet. So when we do, we're definitely going to talk about it. I've already mentioned before, and I've actually told Sorare, I don't ever want to see tier 5s in the month long, first of all, but especially in limited. Like, nobody wants to win those anyway, and they especially don't want to win them after playing a competition you're getting for like a month. So I'm hoping that they replace the tier 5s with the reward boxes, and basically just the minimum that you can win is hired, without making it so that you have to only a smaller proportion. This is exactly what the reward boxes were intended to do, right? Reward the same amount of people, if not more, but just reward in a different way. Have you seen the Tucci and Fukumore transfers? No, I haven't. So basically, I've completely taken a massive step away over the last 2 weeks from everything kind of football related. I needed a break, right? So I'm not in the know on transfers at the moment, or who's going here, who's going where. So I'd love to know. Yeah, I didn't know Tucci was going anywhere. Where's Tucci going, first of all? Tell me that, and then tell me the Fukumori one. Tucci went to Sparta Prague, and Fukumori to second div. What? No way. Oh my God. When did that happen? When did that happen? The Tucci one. The Fukumori ones. Fukumori's gone to what? Second div where? Second div in Japan. Hello also to Sellers as well, man. How you doing? You're saying you missed Man United's great performance over the last couple of weeks. Yeah, I didn't, but yeah, I wish that I had. About a week ago, he went to the relegated Yokohama. I want to see about Indrit Tucci, though. That's a killer for Tucci. That's a killer. Oh, dear me. So Tucci joined 2 days ago. Great. Not great. So I wasn't even in the know on that, and I actually have this guy. I think that Terence Boyd is moving to Nuremberg. Let's have a quick look here. Thank you, by the way, FIFA, for letting me know. Oh, that explains why Tucci's lost half of his value. There you go. Yeah. I've really not been paying too much attention to any of my players. So maybe if I'd have been a bit more on the ball, then I could have come out of him. But that's a blow for me, because Tucci was kind of like our main forward for Threshold. That's really annoying. I mean, it's probably, in a way, good for him, because Sparta Sparta Prague are, you know, like, let's be honest, Sparta Prague are a bigger club than Lokomotiva Zagreb. But yeah, Sorare-wise, that's not great. And to be honest with you, look, I picked him up for £50. I thought that was a bargain, and it was actually. But then when a move like this happens, it kind of screws you, doesn't it? Because like now I'd have to sell him for like £26, which I'm not going to do. I'm not going to do. Are Sparta Prague still in Europe? I can't remember if they're still in Europe or not, no? They're still in Europe. Scorps! Thank you so much, Scorps, for the 4 months, man, for the sub. Good old, if you guys don't know, I know Scorps in real life. I actually spent Christmas with him. So there you go. So Scorps, thank you so much, man. We're going to be seeing Scorps, hopefully. Scorp LZ. We're going to be seeing him, hopefully, on our streams, on a Marvel Snap stream. Sipperty's in the house as well. Wow. This is some stream right now. Sipperty, thank you so much for the 14 months. Incredible. Thank you so much, man, you guys. Happy New Year to you as well. Are they in the playoffs, are they? Okay, great. So I get some utility out of him, right? I guess that's why his price is not completely collapsed, because he still has some use, which means that it's the Europa Conference League, no? That they're in. Let's go back. Oh, the Europa League. I'd tell a lie. In the Europa League. So, yeah, he still has some use, which means that I don't really need to sell him, and I wouldn't anyway. Yeah, they finished second. Okay. That's really annoying, though. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah. So, yeah, this guy who I had as the rare, luckily, it's not too much of a blow because we've already got other forwards. And actually, we won a forward over Christmas. We won this guy here, Keki Top, who's an under 20. He's like a 19-year-old who's about £40. So it kind of offsets the loss that we're making on Tucci. We also picked up Thomas Henry as well. We've got Esseg, of course, still. We've got Figueiredo. Somebody else as well. We've got Daryl Dyke, who's about to return from injury soon. So we should be okay. I think if I had lost Tucci to Sparta Prague and I didn't have all those other forwards, then I'd be like, oh, shit. Like, we have a problem. Because now we kind of need to get out of this card and find a replacement. We can't replace without making a loss on the player, but we're not in that situation. So that's kind of cool. Who else has taken a bit of a hit here? Lowest to highest last week. Okay, so Molon's taken a massive hit. I'm guessing that's just because he's not been playing at all. And he's also playing for a team that looks like they're going to get relegated. And then, yeah, we've got Tucci here. I'm not too bothered, really, about the limited cards because they just always decrease, don't they? Like Sandy Walsh, for example. Maybe Sandy Walsh is transferred? I don't know. I don't think so, but his price is just going down even more. Yeah, and then these other guys here are also just going down, so I'm not too bothered about them. But the ones for me that I am bothered about are the rare cards. Yeah, like, why is Bokat going down? Why is Bokat, like, decreasing here so much? Why is Bokat losing, like, 40%? A 40% difference in his price from last week. Insane. He's not injured as far as I know. He's not transferred as far as I know. And he's hitting some really good scores as well. Interesting. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to what we were doing, which was... Where are we at? Yeah, let's go back here. Here we go. Right, we looked at goalkeepers. Let's look at some forwards now. Forwards, L15 of 40. Okay. Let's do it. Filter. All right. 103 results come up here. And we are interested in the players that have low L15s, but have good fixtures for this weekend and have a good chance to outscore. their L15 of 40. There are some interesting players here. Let's sort this a bit better. Let's sort this by L40 filter. I mean, it only makes sense. Limited is rock bottom already, so the down spiral took over to rares. Yeah, yeah. I mean, honestly, Mark, like, when you look at some of the rares now, you've probably been thinking the same. You look at some of the rares honestly look like some of the prices of limiteds from like a year ago. I was looking at some rares the other day. Well, for example, we can look at this guy here. I mean, look, £5.91. Like, this is kind of like almost a limited. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. I've seen some rares that, and I've mentioned it before, some rares are the same value pretty much as their limiteds. That's not right. That's not right. It's really not right at all. If anything, there maybe should be a like a hard minimum coded in to the rares so that they can't be sold for as low as the limiteds. Because then it just completely undermines like both of the scarcities, doesn't it? When a rare is being sold for pretty much the same price as its lower scarcity. It's crazy. Makes me look at super rares now, but then again, I'm scared of it. Well, that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because all it kind of looks like is that if the limiteds are kind of going down, then everyone's almost just trying to jump out of limiteds to get into rares, right? But then if the rares are going down, then people are then thinking, I need to jump out of rares now, almost jump ship to get into super rares. But then what? It's just a cycle, right? Then that will just transfer over to super rares. Transfer over, probably not to uniques, but essentially what Sorare need to do is they just need to fix it. They just need to fix it so that managers aren't trying to outrun the price decrease, right? The value decrease, and that they can actually just stay in a scarcity and play it because that's the one that they like and that's the one they feel like they're comfortable in. And that's the one that they feel that they can win some good rewards in. Yeah, Sorare's is a little bit different because there's hardly any supply. Yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah. But essentially, you will find the same effects transferring over. Sibity, not the most active player, but seen my gallery value fall out of his arse recently. What's your gallery value drop by, Sibity, then? Also, how have you been getting on Pooky as well, Sibity? As I know you've been playing a lot of Pooky over the last, well, just in general, but certainly over the last month or so. I think you've been doing okay, right? I think so. A Robert Taylor super rare recently sold for €220. Wow. Damn. Hey, remember me from Twitter yesterday? Hyper, I always remember you, man. Thanks for jumping in. I do remember you from Twitter yesterday as well, man. Happy New Year to you, by the way, Hyper. How's everything going? Let's bring up Robert Taylor here. Did Robert Taylor really sell for that? Robert Taylor for the rare is really cheap, isn't it? Let's go and have a look here. Wow. Oh my God. I mean, you could actually say, look, 3 months ago. Oh my God. What happened there? So 4 months ago, Robert Taylor in his super rare was selling for £600, right? £600 super rare, Robert Taylor. You could argue actually at the time that was probably still technically cheap, but it was £600, right? And then a month later, he's then selling for 240, then 131, 171, 194. So he's now under 200. That's what he's been roughly selling for. That was 10 days ago. Wow. Interesting. 4 months ago, he had that insane run with 80s every game. Yeah, he did. It really bumped up his price, didn't it? Any rares I had have now dropped to such low values are sold out. What I could do to try and get some money at the game. Holding on to a couple of cards to play again when Isaac Peterson plays in the Norwegian League next season. Also got some limiteds, but we know the return on limited also isn't great. One of the things, actually, this is probably worth us talking about. I've seen a lot of talk recently amongst managers on Twitter. I've seen a lot of talk of managers saying that the threshold, nuts, I'm even saying this. I've seen some managers saying the threshold needs to be removed because threshold is the problem in the game. It's like it's not helping the game. And I could not disagree more with that statement. I can't believe that I'm seeing managers saying that. Now, we talk about threshold a lot, and we've actually talked about how threshold technically undermines the value of the cards in the game at the moment, right? Because if you think about it, you can go and put a team together for Capsule 40 Rare and win $50 and just focus on winning the $50 more so than actually building a team and then trying to put that team into a competition to win card rewards. Because most of the time, especially when you look at the values of the rare cards right now, most of the time the $50 is going to be worth way more than the card reward, right? So you think, well, if I get $50, then I can either just cash that out or I can just then go and buy more players with that amount, right? But the threshold isn't the problem. And threshold is not the issue. The issue is that it's a supply-demand thing. And it's the fact that Sorare have to keep minting the cards to make money, but they're not generating enough new users, right? So essentially what they need to do is they need to balance the game economy. Because if you have cards that, in my opinion, the game should be about the cards rather than the threshold. So that I do agree with. And I've also seen some talk saying that the game needs to be more about like cash rewards rather than cards. I completely disagree with that too. The game should have a mix of cash and card rewards, but this is a card game. And so the card should be your main thing that should be attracting people to the game and that players should be wanting to try and win, right? So maybe in the future, you'd have a situation where the threshold is not so high, but then the card rewards are the thing that's worth winning over the threshold, right? But at the moment, because the card values are so low, it's actually it's the reverse way. It's the wrong way around. It shouldn't be that the threshold is worth more than the card rewards. It should actually be that either the card rewards are worth more than the threshold in the threshold current state. Most of the card rewards are, or the threshold just needs to then be reduced down to then try and make it so that the card rewards are worth more. But also, to be honest with you, even if they've done that, they're still going to have a problem where the card values aren't going to be able to maintain, right? Because the way that they have their model is just to keep minting. And the reward boxes are hopefully going to restore some of that value by dishing out less card rewards on a weekly basis, but they still need to address the oversupply demand problem. So there's something I want to mention in the channel, is that I've seen it from a few managers out there that are actually calling for Sorare to stop doing the threshold or reduce the threshold. Now, for me, I don't think anybody should be calling for Sorare to reduce the threshold or remove the threshold, right? You know what that reminds me of? That actually reminds me of when you're in school and the teacher says to you in class, right, oh, I'm going to give, this is the homework I'm going to give you, right? And then they actually forget to give you it in the class, right? And the class then sort of ends and you're almost on your way out, right? You're almost about to leave. And then some fucker in the class basically then reminds the teacher, oh, by the way, teacher, like you forgot to give us the homework. And then the teacher, oh, yes, of course. Thank you for reminding me. Here's the homework. And everyone's looking at that kid and they're saying, we nearly got away with that there. Why are you reminding them to give us work, right? And that's what it kind of reminds me of when I see managers basically saying to Sorare, remove the threshold or reduce the threshold. Sorare don't need to be told that, right? we should enjoy the threshold right now, but I don't think we should be calling as users to say, stop paying us money, and like pay less because it's not sustainable, because that's Sorare's problem. Like, Sorare need to make it sustainable. We shouldn't be saying, okay, reduce what you give us to make it more sustainable. Sorare should be thinking, we should be saying to Sorare, what are you thinking of doing to make the game more sustainable? Like, what things are you coming up with? Is it going to affect the threshold, right? Rather than saying, here's an idea, remove the threshold or reduce it. Now, as I say, the threshold's a bit of an issue because at the moment, it just almost seems to be, doesn't make sense to be going after card wars most of the time when the threshold is worth so much, right? But it's not that the threshold's worth so much, it's just that the card values have dropped so low that now actually the threshold just looks too good in comparison to the card values, right? So it's an interesting one. And I personally, for me, one of the main reasons why I started playing Sorare, in fact, it was the main reason, was I thought it was really cool that you could basically put together a team and enter a team in fantasy football that could then win you money. I thought that was so cool just from hitting a points total, right? That was the biggest attraction. That was the biggest lure for me to get into the game. I was like, wow, that's so cool. Like, you only need to hit that amount of points and you can then win some money. Great, I'm up for that. If they remove the threshold, then I think that I would be out of the game. I probably would finish, stop playing Sorare. And I think that a lot of other managers would probably also think the same. I think if they removed it entirely, in the current state of the game right now, I think the game would collapse. Honestly, I think the game would collapse because so much of that threshold is propping up the market. Like, if you think about it, right, I will invest in cards right now to give me a threshold return, right? I won't invest in cards at the moment to win more cards because those card values are crap and they can't maintain a value. So I would put money in to then win a card that's then going to decrease in value if I don't sell it straight away. And that isn't really smart. That's not really a smart thing to do. Whereas if you put money in to buy a team to win money, that money effectively stays the same, right? You can cash it out immediately. So if they kind of remove the threshold, the game would just basically collapse. I think if they could decrease it, but I think the better thing to do is to just try and increase the card values a little bit, because you have to say that the card values right now are at their absolute lowest, really. They really are. They're at some of the lowest that they've ever been. So kind of the only way really is up. I saw a good suggestion that Sorare need to switch fully to a buy now function and stop with auctions with the buy now. The price constantly increases, and when it doesn't get bought anymore, then Sorare lower the price again after a few weeks until it gets bought again. Yeah, I don't know. What do people think about that? I'm not really a fan of that, if I'm honest with you. I don't really I don't really know how I feel about that. I quite like the auctions system, to be honest with you. I'm not, because I like the idea of a free market, right? A market that is dictating supply and demand, not supply and demand, price, right? Based on supply and demand for it. I think if you start putting buy now, then you stop having a free market or an open market. And then it becomes kind of a market that's controlled by Sorare. And I don't think we want to have that, actually, to be honest with you. That's my opinion of it anyway. I stand by all comments on Threshold. People are playing the game for thresholds, not cards. People are not building bigger galleries to enter more card competitions. I believe Ether should be an added extra to convince people to do this. This is my opinion. I wouldn't say I was wrong, but I hear you. I started Sorare to win cards. I don't mind being part of the minority. I actually agree with you, though, Sellers, though. I agree, because I want to... Basically, this is where I'm at with Sorare, right? I want to play Sorare, and I want to win cards. And I want to win the cards because they should be the things to win. And they should be... Like, you're winning players, right? And so the whole game is about football players, and I want to be able to win... it's not about football players, but it's about like athletes, right? Because obviously there's more sports than football. But on the football side, I want to be able to win a card and think, yes, I've won, like a Robert Taylor, for example. Yes, I'm really excited. I've won a Robert Taylor. Amazing. Or if I win a card and it's not quite the player that I want, I can think, okay, that's not too bad. I've won such and such. He's okay. I don't think I really want him, but there's probably another manager that does want him. So I'm going to put him off the market and sell him for a decent price because he was a good reward. And then that other player, that other manager can go and buy him, right? It's just at the moment, I agree with you. It's really not like that because you often hear managers talking more about just trying to win the threshold than actually winning a card. And I've always said it like before, it's a big problem when you're a card game, but your users don't really want to win the cards. That's the secondary thing they want to win. They actually just want to win the cash rather than the cards. And then when they do win the cards, there's almost a little bit of a disappointment about winning a card. And when that is happening, that's like a serious problem where your game's not in a good position. It should be completely the way around. It should be that everyone wants to win the cards, right? And that you can win the cash too, but it's like that's the secondary thing. That's like the additional like bonus, right? So I agree with you. I also wanted to win cards when they were worth something. It's still exciting to win rare cards because they can be reused for cap free tip scale. It's still exciting. Yeah, it is exciting. It is and it isn't. It is and it isn't, right? So if you win a rare card, it depends on the tier that you win. Like let's go back to here we go. Let's go back, right? Let's go back. Right, Sorare, let's say 5 stats, right? So I won a couple of rare cards, right? The other week or so. One of them was Ali Karimi, the other one was Keki Top, right? Or Top. These two are cool, and I was actually kind of excited to win them. Now, I was excited to win the 19-year-old, even though kind of when you look at him, he's not really been playing a lot. He's very much like breaking through now. But he's a 19-year-old with like loads of under 23 utility, got pretty good value. So he's not really been playing. So he's just started to play recently. So cool, right? Cool. I can sit on him. I can maybe use him in Capture 20, right? The other guy, Ali Karimi, as I mentioned, I kind of thought when I won him, I thought, like he's okay. He's not the type of player that I would go and pick up. But I could use him. He might have a use in Cap 220, which he kind of is. I can use him. He could also use him in Cap 240, but he's somebody that, for me at the moment, just doesn't really have the significance in the game. So when I won him, I was a bit like, oh, okay, not bad. Ideally, I'd like to sell him and get rid of him. But then kind of when I looked at his price point, I thought, well, he's only around like not at the time. I think it was about £8 or something. It's £7, and I was like, well, it doesn't make sense to sell a rare card for £7-8. It's, if anything, just worth holding on to them because that type of player can just help you to $50, right? And he's only £7. So yes and no. It'd be better if we could win cards or players that are a bit more expensive, that have a higher value. People are genuinely playing 3 lineups, and that is all we need. A sponge on the market. People making bigger galleries will soak of them up along with the big issue of not bringing enough new users on aboard. And because they actually have more value, it's a domino effect. I hear you, but when there are so many cards in the market, they are naturally going to get cheaper and cheaper. We need them off the market. As I've said many times, we are in need of a burn now more than ever. Some sellers, would you guys agree? Would you guys agree? Do we need to have a burn right now? Or do we need to wait until Sorare launch the rivals, for example? And then maybe there's just a ton more new users that come to the game, which can then naturally fix the supply-demand imbalance that we're seeing. what does a burn do? A burn would literally remove the cards from the game. Like, hard remove them from the game. I'm constantly debating about dropping back to 10 limiteds. Think I'll win more efficiently as a reward. So that's crazy, isn't it? Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, I'm with you. Which, by the way, is not something I want to do, and is a terrible model for Sorare, but seems more viable for someone with my budget. It's so sad to hear that. It's so sad. And I think if Sorare heard that, then I think it would hurt them a lot. I think it would hurt them that their aim of this game is to try and make it so that you spend more and you build your gallery more. And then they've got a user basically saying that they feel that it's more in their interest to not build. It's more in their interest to like decrease, right? To reduce down, to slim down. That's so bad. Not for you, but it's so bad that there is a situation like that now where, and you're not the only one, by the way. I've seen and heard from other managers that have also said the same and are debating the same. And I'll be honest with you, Ray. I'll be honest with you. When I was looking at because I did look at my Sorare gallery over the break that I had, right? I did look at it, and I did make some transactions. I shifted out some players. I brought in some players, right? What I was genuinely thinking over the winter break was I have like these tons of these limited cards, right? And I can't really sell a lot of them, but I'm definitely, because I can't sell really any of them, it doesn't motivate me to go on and buy more, right? And I've said this before, if the company, and if any game wants me to spend more in it, then in this type of game where there's a market that exists where you're saying that I can sell my cards, but then if I can't really, then it doesn't, I can't really sell my cards, and the cards are going down in value, which is making it even harder for me to sell them, then why do I invest more in the game? Because I don't. Right? I don't invest more in that scarcity anyway. Now, rares at the moment I have quite a nice number now, 51. And what I was thinking, well, like, what I should be thinking is, okay, I don't have a Champion America team, right? This is how I used to think when I first started playing Sorare. I was like, oh, okay, I want to have a Champ America team. I want to have a Challenge Europe team. I want to have, like an all-star team, right? I want to have all these different teams for these different competitions in the game. That's what I used to do. I used to build them in rare and then compete in them, right? But then what I quickly found out was that the ROI wasn't that great versus the cost of going and buying those players, right? So then I sold them, and now I'm in this position where I could technically go and start to build a Champion America team, right? One of the reasons I don't want to do that is because I would go and spend X amount of money to go and, say, build 5 players, right? Let's say £500. I'm going to spend £500 to start competing in Champ America. Why? This is a legitimate question. Why would I spend £500 at the moment in the current state of the game? Why would I spend £500 to go and give myself a Champ America team, right? When the reality is that I'd be winning probably cards worth £20 or £30 that could then decrease in value most likely, because that's what we're seeing happening. I just feel like the lure of winning and the rewards of winning don't outweigh the cost involved. And I think if it was a case where the prices weren't just always going down, and I know that's a bit of a generalization because they're not always going down. You can see that some of my players here aren't going down. But if you look at the last year, like the rares have like tumbled by about 70% or so plus, right? So, and I've been playing Sorare long enough to know that, with this existing game model, the existing business model that they have, until that gets fixed, we're going to see a similar pattern repeating. So if I already know that a lot of the cards decrease, right, which means that my rewards that I get are worth less, then why do I spend more? And it's such a shame because I want to almost spend more. It kind of comes back to what Sellers is saying here, that for me at the moment, rather than wanting to spend more in the game, I'm actually just almost at the point now where I'm like, well, what I've got here, I'm just going to keep putting it in to farm me rewards and cash, right? I'm just going to cash it out. I'm just going to cash out. So I'm literally just going to farm for the threshold. I'm just going to take the threshold out. I'm literally just going to farm for rewards that maybe can help my gallery continue to grow, right? But then if I win a player that I really don't want, I'll just end up trying to sell them to a bot or something and then just cashing that out rather than spending more money, right? And that's the problem, is that existing users like me, and maybe there are others like you as well, I'm not willing to spend any more money. And so if I'm not willing to spend more money as an existing user, I am technically, because I'd be probably going up in super rare this year, but that's in a different scarcity, right? But in my existing kind of scarcities that I'm in, I'm not willing to spend any more, not really. And then if you've got loads of other users that are also thinking and feeling the same, but then you're also not bringing in lots of new money, then your existing money is drying up, and then your new money is not enough to make up for the existing money that's drying up. And so then you're kind of getting a situation where, again, not enough cards are being bought, the supply is too much, and it outweighs the demand. Pangelino, thank you so much for the 13 months, man. Wow, happy New Year to you as well. Yeah, happy New Year, man. Let me try and catch up with the chat here. Sully, it's got to be something to convince people to do it. There's plenty of things they could do. Merchandise, football tickets, would never say never. Sorare will always mint. They need to bring in income. Yeah, they do. That's why you may trade to anticipate the next season. You would like to play. Don't you want to try to target the super rare threshold? I do, yeah. I want to target the super rare threshold. So even though I'm kind of like saying, I don't really want to spend any more in the game, I technically don't, right? Like rare for me, I'm fine. I think I want to start winning more from my rares before I start to think about moving up into SR. But I'm at the point now where what I'm saying is that I usually run like 3 rare teams, right? I run a Cap 240 rare team, a Cap 220 rare team, and an All-Star rare team, right? I technically should be thinking, okay, let's try and put a team together for like Cap 270 rare or Challenger rare. But I'm not. I'm just like, I'm happy with my 3 rare teams for now. Like the ROI is kind of good with those, and I don't see the big incentive for me to go out and start to have that team then for that other competition. I think that's why the Premier League special was great. Forced old users to buy new cards. Yeah, it did a little bit. It did. It didn't force me to buy any new cards, but I know there were some who did buy new cards, though. They do need to find a way to boost auction prices more, for example, requiring 1 to 2 new season cards, although old season cards will be affected heavily. It's a tricky one. Yeah, well, I think there was that kind of like whole notion around basically using your old cards to win new cards, right? And then when you win those new cards, then it will allow you to enter like new competitions to then win either new cards or more cash in it. So it was kind of like a cyclical effect, right? Any news from Leonard Mosen? No, not I know myself. I'm really thinking of selling all of my Champion America Limiteds now already, even though they might increase in price-wise still for a few weeks, but I also think they could stop climbing early this year. Right, so a lot of you guys know that I'm a big fan of playing in America, and I've usually ran a Champion America Limited team. In fact, I have ran a Champion America Limited team since I started in Limited. In fact, it was the first Limited team that I built. I don't have a Champion America Limited team. And if anything, I'm actually almost just looking to sell the America players that I have in Limited. I think I've even got Joe Willis, who I'm thinking about selling. Yeah, I've got quite a few America players here, so technically I can put players out, right? But I'm not really unfortunately I'm not really that motivated to go and buy more. If anything, I want to sell these guys and start to come out of limited more. Right, I need to have a quick drink. So I'll be back in 1 second, guys. All right, guys, we're back again. So I wanted to keep talking about this, right? I think I actually want to ask you guys and get a bit more involved in the chat on this, okay? Because I think this is a really, I know this is our first stream of 2024, and we're kind of talking about something that has been continuing in the game for eons, basically. So something that we spoke about a lot in the last year. I want to actually know right now how everyone is viewing Sorare, right? How are you viewing Sorare today? And that's a bit of a broad question, so let me just like explain more. I'll give you an example of how I view Sorare at the moment. I'm viewing Sorare and how I'm approaching Sorare is that I'm focusing on the threshold, right? That's my main focus, threshold. Not trying to win card awards, threshold. And it's threshold in rare. That's the main competition that I'm competing in. And then once I feel like I've built out my rares a bit more by winning more threshold, by hopefully winning some card rewards as well as a bonus, then the plan is going to move up into super rare, but not to move up into super rare to basically start competing in like an all-star, which is the flagship competition. The plan is to then move up into super rare and then build another threshold team, but in super rare, right? So for me, the way that I look at Sorare now, which is, unfortunate, I'm looking at Sorare as just, I need to win the threshold, and that's it. And if I win a card, great, it's a bonus, but I'm not looking to build teams, right? To buy more cards of players to then go and win cards, right? That's not how I'm looking at the game. That's how I was looking at the game when I first started. I really, really wanted to win cards. I really did. And that was the main thing that I wanted to win, rather than the threshold, actually. It's not like that for me anymore. I just want to win the threshold. And then with the threshold that I win, I'll either use it to help me then to buy the super rares that will then build me that super rare threshold team, or I'll just be taking the money out and then potentially selling the rare cards or the rare rewards that I win, and then using that to fund the reward. So I want to hear how everybody is actually like thinking about and viewing Sorare. I think it's such an important question, and I think everyone is looking at it differently. But it's been a big talking point amongst many in the community around what are they getting out of Sorare? Why are they playing Sorare? How do you approach Sorare? What do you play it for? And for me personally, and honestly, and I have to say, I don't feel great saying it. I am playing Sorare for the threshold, but I'm playing Sorare for the threshold because, unfortunately, in my mind, in my view, the cards aren't worth what they should be worth, right? There's not enough value to the cards for me to be attracted to winning the cards, right? It's more attractive for me to win money, which at the level that I'm playing Sorare at means that that money is significantly more value than the cards. And again, I'm just going to come back to it. When you're playing a card game, your game is the cards. And so it should be about winning those cards. That should be the attractiveness, not really winning the money. The money should be a nice extra, I've also won a little bit of threshold as well. But for me, that's what I'm doing. I want to read the comments as well. I just see it as an investment loss and play it for fun now, says Tisdale. Do you? So do you just see it as you've just put money into a game and you're just, like any game? Because even though it's a Web3 game, are you just viewing it more like a Web2 game now? Where almost like, let's say you just went out and you bought like a Call of Duty, right? Obviously, Call of Duty is worth a lot less than what you may spend on cards on Sorare. But are you just thinking, okay, it's almost just like buying a video game. I'm never really going to get a financial return on it, but I've now invested in that game, and it's just going to give me good time playing it, good fun. Are you looking at it like that now? Because I think if you are, then I also understand it. Quick question, snap stream when? The snap stream is coming tomorrow. Yeah, 40 marker. I've got a ton more cards, and I'm actually doing pretty good on Marvel Snap now. He says, I probably just set myself up for a massive fail, haven't I, tomorrow? But I'm doing okay on it now. Yeah, I've put a freaking load of time grinding. So yeah, check me out tomorrow. Okay, peace out. I'm viewing Sorare as I reach almost the top of my possible level in Limited and try to build Capsule 40 Rare for this new year. We're not sure what could be next Sorare move announced to come in January. Yeah. And I think this is also part of the problem, isn't it? You make a really good point there. I actually who did I speak to? I was speaking to somebody who reached out to me on Twitter, I think. Apologies if you're on the stream right now, or if you're listening back to this later on, you're like, oh, you didn't remember me. I do remember. I just had lots going on. I just can't remember your name. But I was speaking to a user the other day who basically reached out and said, I'm thinking about getting into Capsule 40 Rare. I don't know when's the best time to do it, and I don't know how much I need to do it, and like, should I do it? Like, they had so many questions about whether to take the step, right? And they were also worried because of what P-Sal just mentioned there, that Sorare, because they don't have at the moment the dedicated windows, right? A regular schedule where you know things are going to have seismic changes. Sorare at any moment right now could turn around and say, we're dropping this or we're adding this, and completely change the game at like basically no moment's notice, no notice at all. And we have seen them do that in the past before. And we know that Sorare are going to be announcing some changes, some quite big changes soon, but we don't know when that is, and we don't know exactly what the changes are going to be. So that also makes it a little bit tricky, right? You think, well, do I go into this? Do I not go into this? Is it better just to stand still for the moment, just to hold off and wait to see what they do? For example, they changed, they technically changed the points required, right, for the threshold recently, the super rare threshold. And you could argue it doesn't really change it too much, but the fact is they made a change where they've already made a change to the threshold not that long ago. So there's always changes which are happening, which make it a little bit tricky to play and plan as well. Twitch gaming, for me, it's still a fun game and a hobby. Just play it because I like it. If I win, it's cool, but if not, it's okay. I don't need to generate money from it, and I don't see it as an investment. So you very much look at it just as a game now, a fun game. When you see it as a fun game, does that influence how much money you put into it now? So you guys that are looking at Sorare and thinking it's just a game, are you thinking just because it's a game now, you're happy just to spend, like, you must have a budget? Or because what I'm trying to get at here is that if you're looking at this game as more like, okay, I need to have ROI and I need to maximize my ROI by not putting a lot of money in, but maximizing what I get out, then you approach it differently. But if it's just a fun game, you're like, well, it doesn't really matter whether my cards go up or down. I'm not really in for it. So it doesn't matter if I spend £50 on a limited goalkeeper because I'm not really thinking about whether they go up or down, right? I don't really care. It's just a game for me. Is that how you guys are looking at it? If you guys are looking at Sorare now just as a fun game rather than a game that has any kind of investment attached to it at all. What else we got down here? I need to try and read. There's so many comments in the chat. Try and read as many as I can. I play to test my luck, really. I want to be manager one day, so I need to predict things. So this is a good training. Okay, fair. Cool. I'm the exact same. I find Sorare fun, says Sully. Yeah, it just seems impossible to get the money back. I lost in anyway, so I just overpaid for a game a bit. Okay, yeah. That comes back to what we were talking about how you're just viewing it as a game, almost the same as like Call of Duty or something like that. You spend the money on it, and then that money, when you spend it, it's like that's just gone. You're not expecting to get return. Like if you buy like a PlayStation 5, you're not expecting to get like a return on a PlayStation 5, right? But the return you're getting is good time or good enjoyment from your time, right? Rather than any kind of financial return. My entire motto is win and cash out as soon as possible so I don't make a dummy mistake. That sounds very similar to what I kind of tend to do. Something I can at some point be profitable from. I have fun with doing it. I think this is interesting because I'm thinking about making this move as well. What are you thinking about doing, Sai? Are you thinking about moving? What what are you thinking of, man? I might have missed it, but I want to hear more about what you're thinking about doing. And then weekly reminder: Luton is staying up. Says Jordan. That's how I look at it. Always have looked at it that way, though. Always looked at it according to Jordan as just a fun game. We'll transition into Cap 240 Rare. Okay. And what's the thing that's holding you back from doing it like now? Is it money? So is it being able to take that step up? Because it's a big step up, right? Especially on the goalkeeper. Or is it more uncertainty around car values, uncertainty about what's going to happen in the game? I've not put any own money in the game, but cashed out around 250 euros since the Global Cup, just playing for free. All cards I've won or bought from the money I made through cards I've won. Yeah, you've been doing quite well, haven't you, Twitch Gaming? It's quite nice when you're in that situation where you're basically playing like stake free, is what I call it. Not risk free, but you're playing like, you know, with no investment attached into the game anymore. I hope I can get to that point. Yeah, just like buying skins for a game or something. Yeah, I'm with you, still. Sterling Winter, for me, it's a game, not investment. And I bought players on teams so I have more to look forward to when watching each weekend. Okay. So it's really interesting. A lot of you guys, from what I can see in the chat, are kind of looking at Sorare now and viewing it just as a game, right? Just as a game, the financial aspect to it, the return on investment, all of that's pretty much at the back of your minds for those guys that are saying they just play it as a game. I think it's really interesting that mentality now from a lot of you managers out there, because it's not a wrong mentality. It's actually kind of probably the best mentality to have, to just play a game, play it for fun, right? And if you make a bit of money on it, great. If not, you're not really bothered, just playing it for fun. It's really interesting how that mindset's kind of evolved, because about a year and a half ago, I don't really feel like I was seeing many managers talking about that, saying that they're just playing it for fun. The focus really seemed about playing for the best ROI. What are the best competitions for the best ROI? Which are the best competitions to pick up players for, because they're really, really cheap. They have a really good chance to increase in value. It's kind of interesting, because that for me has always been like what I've enjoyed about Sorare, is finding those smart opportunities where you can make that good ROI. Like, so finding a gem that then increases in value, right? And I think some of that probably still applies, but I think if you're just playing the game for fun, then it doesn't apply as much, right? I've spent quite a lot already, but I enjoy the game, so now my goal is to win a podium. That's also my goal too. Yeah. I want to be winning a podium this year. I wanted to win it last year, but didn't quite happen. For me, now I need to find the right goalkeeper to start. It's a money thing, defo. I need a goalie, which would cost me around 150 euros. I don't have. However, trying to reach the threshold will make my ROI more interesting, so much more nicer to play. Yeah, this is one of the interesting things I think is interesting anyway, is that when I was putting together my, let's go back here. So whenever I've been putting together my rare teams in particular, I've always been thinking about players that will just give me the best chance to get a return on investment on that card. Because most of the time when I've been playing rare, my focus has been the threshold, right? I think if the threshold wasn't so significant in the game, and it wasn't the sort of the main thing that's almost underpinning a lot of the game, then probably what I would have done is I would have bought totally different players, right? Because I'm going to be honest with you, right? Ali Varul is not a card that I have been, not a player that I've been like my whole life thinking, oh, I must have an Ali Varul card, right? Because it's just, he's not, right? He's not. But Ali Varul was the player that I bought that I thought gave me the best chance to hit threshold regularly, that also was one of the lowest costing cards that I could find that I felt could allow me to do that. Because there were cards cheaper than him, but there were cards cheaper that I didn't think could help me to the threshold. It's so interesting that I was thinking like that, and that a lot of managers think like that, rather than thinking, oh, I really want to get that goalkeeper, even if he's 200 or 300 pounds. I really want to get that rare goalkeeper or that player because I want to have them in my collection, and then I can play with that player, right? In that team, I can say that I'm playing with, let's say, what's a goalkeeper? I have like I can't even think of a goalkeeper right now, but let's say like Martin van der Voort, right? Like Martin van der Voort, a lot of managers think, oh, he's going to Red Bull Leipzig this year. He's like being the under 23 jewel of a goalkeeper. If I was being honest, I would prefer to get that type of player in my gallery just to say I've got a Martin van der Voort. But getting a Martin van der Voort is obviously expensive. And for me, with my mindset with this game, has just always been, if I get Martin van der Voort, I could afford him, then what would be his chance to deliver me a really good ROI? And I have to say, it's so refreshing to hear that so many of you are not thinking about Sorare like that anymore. I also think it's a little bit of a sad state that some managers aren't thinking along the lines of ROI anymore, because it probably was the type of game that had that nice potential and buzz to talk about ROI. But a lot of that's been killed because of of the fact that it's just so difficult sometimes because the card's always going down, right? Yeah, pretty good, and learned MLB 2 and also won a good amount of cards in NBA 2. Similar to Pooky for me now. Don't spend the time researching 5 to 10 minutes to create lineups and then see how it goes. Do you really? Gimichadinho, when you're playing Sorare now, oh, that's interesting. So when you're playing Sorare now, Gimichadinho is saying that when he's playing Sorare, he literally doesn't spend any time researching, doesn't spend much time researching, 5 to 10 minutes to create lineups and then see how it goes. Why is that though, Gimichadinho? Why is it that you are less engaged now by spending the time to research? Is it because you feel like the returns are not worth the time that you invest in it? Is it because you're just not having enough fun playing the game? I'd love to know why, because it's the sort of thing where Sorare would probably want their users to spend more time in the game, not less time. So I'm actually quite interested to hear why you're spending less time now. This is from Broboy on YouTube. Hi man, any player suggestions for midfield and attack on a budget under £3 for limited capacity 40? And one of the things, thank you first of all, and hello to you, Broboy. One of the things that we do on the channel, we don't do it on YouTube, unfortunately, because it's not really a feature I can do on YouTube. But one of the things that we do on the channel to make it nice and fun and fair, because as you can imagine, if we had, say, like 100 people in here, we could potentially have 100 people asking the same thing. And then how could I help 100 people, right? With that kind of question. So I want to help, but what we do on the channel over on Twitch is that I have like it's a system called Free Tip Scout Fund Coupons. So the more that you jump on the streams, the more coupons you earn. And then after you've earned a certain amount, you can then redeem them for time on the stream, like here, where I could then help you find a player, right? So yeah, if you want me to help you like that, please jump over onto Twitch and then redeem a find a player, and I'll do that for you, man. I feel like lots of people, like you said, are playing with emotion on limited. It's also depending how big is your gallery. Yeah, I think it's a good point from P-Sal. I think the emotion thing, you're right to say that, because if you put money into the game and the whole mantra of the game is to own your game, right? And so you're buying players that can go up and down in value, and everybody knows that when you invest in them, right? But you also own an asset, right? It's a digital asset that you can take out the game and you own it forever, right? The difficulty is that, especially on limited, if you've kind of, let's go on to my limited gallery actually, so I can better paint the point I'm making here, right? The way that I look at limited now, limited for me is that type of fun game mode now. Well, I don't at all look at limited as a place where I'm going to make any ROI. Not at all. Like the ROI potential in limited for me is dead. Personally, for me, it's not dead, but for me, the way I look at it, I don't look at that scarcity anymore as a place where you can trade, you can make good like returns. I just don't look at it like that. And when I look at my limited cards, I'm just often seeing just a lot of red. There's a few greens knocking about here as well, which is good. But so difficult, a scarcity that's like so abundant in supply that there are managers out there that have probably got into limited thinking this is a really good entry point to get in. I can do really well. And what's happened is that they've bought at what they thought was a good price. Because I thought Castameyer, for example, I thought Castameyer at £21 was a steal. I thought Castameyer at £22 was an absolute steal. And he was a steal, technically. He really was. Like, look, at the time, if we go back, it was kind of pretty much around the lowest that he'd ever been around that point there, right? Then he really shot up, and now he's kind of even lower than what I picked him up for. And I don't think he'll ever really get back to what I paid for him. So you've probably got a lot of managers there that have out there that have invested in limited and maybe spent quite a bit on limited cards. And the value's just disappeared, even for some of the best players as well, right? And then when you've kind of done that and you just see that you've invested in the game, you've bought good players, you've got good teams, but then actually you've lost a lot of money doing so, it is always going to trigger an emotional response and emotion, and not a good emotion either. What's going on in the chat? Football betting, thank you also for the sub, man. Really appreciate it. For the 1 month. Really appreciate that, man. I have my Coventry boys who I whack into a lineup 220 with a common keeper. Put money into it when I first started, and now the worth of it, etc., has gone to bugger all. I don't get much fun out of research anymore. Rather just go with what I have and hope for the best. Okay. So I do want to talk about Michidinho's point, because one of the things that I found, okay, there's a couple of things that I found that I've also mentioned on the stream that I let me just show you, right? Let me show you. So let's go and have a look at the lineups, right, for game week 439. Okay. So game week 439, if I go into cap 240 here, right? Just bear with me here. There is a point to this, right? Cap 240 limited for the upcoming game week. We have a goalkeeper, we have a defender, we have a midfielder, but all playing for the same team, so they have 2 games, right? Then we've got Lionel Carroll, and then we've got a forward that is not starting, but is coming off the bench for sub points, right? Here's the thing. I would go, and I probably will go and get a forward. I will probably go out and buy a forward to help me to hit the $5, right? $5. And I will do it when I go out and buy a player. I will go and buy a player in limited for as cheap as possible. I will not go out and I will not buy a limited forward for more than $5. I won't even really go and buy a limited forward for like more than £1, right? I won't. You're probably thinking to yourself, well, why? Well, the reason I wouldn't do that is that I don't want to spend more than what's necessary on Sorare to help me achieve my goal. And to hit a score of 280 points, I don't think you need to spend lots on a forward when there are tons of capable forwards that can give you the scoring that you need for between 60p and £1, right? The other reason why I would do that is that having already owned so many limited cards, it makes more sense, even though I want to play this scarcity for fun, it makes more sense if I can buy a card for 60p, right? Because I'm buying at the absolute lowest. And it means then that they can't go any lower, really. And then I don't mind, like, even if they do go lower, it's only going to go a little bit lower than 60p. Who really cares, right? If they go up in value, so maybe I buy that player for 60p, and I am playing it for fun, but if they go up from 60p to £2, I'll be like, well, maybe cash that in, because that's 3 times what I paid for it, right? Still only £2, but, you know, I bought him for 60p, now it's £2. then I can go and spend that £2 and maybe buy more 60p players, right? So that's what I'm thinking of here. But here's the crux of this problem, right? If we go into Cap 220, right? Cap 220, I need a forward here for Cap 220, okay? I need a forward for Cap 220. We have a forward, we have Botheim. Botheim doesn't play. I love Botheim. I'm hoping he gets a move somewhere. He doesn't play. So what I need to do here is I need to go out and I need to buy, because I don't have one, I need to go and buy another forward, right? I need to go and spend money to buy a forward. There's no motivation for me to do it. There should be motivation for me to do it. I should be thinking, right, I really need to go and buy a player here to help me to win a reward in Cap 220. Here's the thing. I could spend all that time researching, scouting, then trying to barter, negotiate, maybe wait for an auction, then, pick up the player for whatever, however much I spend for them, then put them in. And then what could happen is that I basically end up winning a card and the card's worth 60p, right? A tier 5. Because most of the places that are being rewarded in Cap 220 are tier 5 60p cards. So this is one of the issues for me, is that even though I'm playing the limited for fun, right? So I don't really, it doesn't really, what's going on here? Yeah, even though I'm playing the limited for fun, it doesn't seem worth the time or effort for me to put in to then win something so low. So probably I won't do it. But technically I should go and buy someone. And if I can find a 60p forward, I probably will do it, because then I buy a 60p forward. Then if I don't win anything, then I only spent 60p and it's just like, whatever, it's, a bit of fun. If I do win something, it will likely be a 60p card, and then it's break even. So then I've effectively covered the cost of the card. And it's weird, because I almost shouldn't be thinking like that. But I'm also thinking, well, what's my time worth? And if my time is potentially going to yield a 60p reward, which most likely it will, then I'm not really playing it for fun. I'm just playing it for, well, just throw in a 60p card here and see what lands. Lower Gongan, thank you so much for the sub, man, for the 10 months as well. Really appreciate it. Wow, you guys have been super subbing today. Amazing. Thank you so much. What a great start. You know what we will do? You know what we will do now that we've been talking about a card that I need? We will actually go out and we will scout now for a forward. We'll scout for a forward. Totally off topic, by the way. Are you doing a stream for which MLS players are going to be worth picking up for the new season? Yeah, I am. I'm going to be doing it this Sunday. Nearly lost my voice there. Yeah, I'm planning on doing it this Sunday. So if you guys are wanting to know when we're going to start looking at MLS players, we're going to be doing that on Sunday. All day Sunday. Let's try and figure out this team. So Tascaran, I don't really like that we have Balkovic, because he doesn't tend to play, although he has been playing recently. The alternative is we could play Armita Goose, but I think what we want to do, if we can, is try and play as many of the Alanya Sport players together. So we can put Haderjanai in there as well. And then that would give us, wow, that gives us 79. Oh my God. Disclaimer, not Boanga. Telling me you'd rather scout MLS players rather than watch Luton versus Bolton. Unbelievable. I know. I know. Is it even on TV? Can you, it's probably, well, it's probably in, because it's the FA Cup, it probably is, right? Yeah. Yeah. We got to scout MLS players, though. We got to do them soon. It's not, no. It's not on TV. Right, let's do some scouting. Scout, playing card finder. Already have it up, but let's do another one. In fact, hold on a minute. These are our forwards. Now let's start again. Right. The obvious choice here would be to go and get Sergio Cordova. Cordova doesn't start every game, but he's also quite cheap. And it would then give us a full stack. But he's like 70p. But he's not really been starting at all. So we can't really target him. It's a shame that he's not starting because he would basically complete this here. Maybe we need to look at another Alanyaspor. But the other ones I did look at were a little bit too expensive. Like, they're not, but they're more expensive than what I'm willing to pay. If we look at their forwards here, so Cordova's 70p, Aiden is £7, Augusto is actually defender. He's not, doesn't have a forward card, does he? Does he have a forward card? He has a forward card. Wow. That's pretty nuts. He either plays or Haddish and I play, so getting him wouldn't help us anyway. I didn't realise he had a forward card. Carlos Eduardo, £1.76 is too much, and then Sisto is 70p, which, we could look at. The problem is he doesn't also play that much either. So, yeah, this is the only issue with this, is that, in a way, I'd like to pick another Alanyaspor. But I think realistically, we need to target a 60, 70p player that's actually going to start. So let's look for them now. Game at 439, forward. Let's look at this here. Let's look at this here. Let's put that to that. Let's put this one here at £2, which is more than what we're willing to pay. A lot more. We're going 102. There you go. Cordova and Eduardo. Maybe, to be fair, maybe Cordova. Maybe Cordova will get a run. We'll get one game. Because they're playing 2 games, aren't they? So right, let's keep him in our mind. For now, let's have a little look here. Sort by floor, ascending, filter. Right. And unfortunately, this is so bad, right? Unfortunately, this is what the game has driven me to do. The game has driven me now to the point where I just don't trust limited enough anymore, and I don't like it enough anymore to want to go out and buy a limited forward for £10 or £20. I'm just not going to do it anymore. I've bought that ticket too many times, and that ticket's been burnt too many times. I'm just not going to do it anymore. So that's why we're going to be hunting for the 60p bargains. Yeah, find bench players who will start due to AFCON or Asia Cup. Yeah, that's the play if we can. Or just find... Emmanuel Dennis actually is he's really not a bad player at all, Emmanuel Dennis. He's injured at the moment. Maybe an interesting one to pick up in the future. Who have we got down here? Turam, no. Like this guy, for example, Serdar Dusan. Dusan's really good. Kara. Kara I really like. Demir's decent, but he's got a horrible injury. Kara, again, the problem is Kara doesn't start anymore. He's like, if I was still buying limiteds, and if I was still building out my limiteds, and I would just pick him up. Carra, because I think a 50 P Carra is like really good. I think in this next game week, it's not so great for us, really. We've already got Benji. That's almost who we're trying to replace here. Okay. Anderson Silva, no. Ooh, Julian Nagoy. Okay. My LAFC stack seems screwed anyway. Krupo without a contract. Palacios gone as well, and Boanga to Saudi. Yeah, Krupo needs to find a new club, doesn't he? Because Hugo Lloris, right? He's going to be the new number one at LAFC. That's the one story that I did keep track of. Hmm. I think the important thing here is, well, hold on a minute. Alanyaspor, where they at? There we go. This is so annoying. I can't seem to get rid of this, actually. On Play Sharper, do you guys have the same thing? I don't understand this. This is like getting in the way. I wanna get rid of this. I'm clicking everywhere to get rid of it. I click at the top. Oh, there we go. It's bloody working now. I was doing it before the stream and it wasn't closing. Now it is. That's a bit weird. Right, Alanyaspor. Okay. I kind of feel at this point we maybe need to just commit to Sergio Cordova. I think we might just do it. I mean, we're spending too much time on it. It kind of comes back to what Gimichadinho was saying. How much time do we want to spend on a scarcity here that isn't really of interest to us anymore? Probably not a lot. If we were doing this for rare, I'd take a lot more time, but we're looking at 60p players here. We could get Julian Nagoy, to be honest with you. But I think why get somebody outside of the players that we're thinking of playing as a stack when we can just get Sergio Cordova. So I think we do that. I think we just do that. Then we just hope that he plays one of the games. I don't want to spend 70p on him. I want to get him for 50p. Satonio. Okay. Wonder if Satonio's... This is a bot, isn't it? I'll tell you what, I'd be amazed if this team can hit the threshold for us. I'd be interested to see what they plan on doing for AFCON Asia Cup. Asia Cup's not covered. Yeah, Asia Cup's not covered. And okay, so this has been a topic of conversation in the feedback group that I'm in with Sorare. They said that Asia Cup's not covered, but they haven't given a reason as to why not. And we're asking why is it not covered. Apparently, I can't confirm this, but apparently, because it's all done on Discord, right? So stuff like this should be communicated in advance on official channels around their competitions. But apparently, Paul Sorare said that it's not competitive enough. Apparently, I'm not sure how true that is, but he said it's not competitive enough. Apparently, for them to cover it. But I find that really difficult to believe if that is the reason, because we've seen so many uncompetitive matchups that happen, for example, in loads of other competitions. Right, which one are we going for here? Yeah, yeah, it's not covered. It should be covered. What do we need to do for Sutonio? No, I don't think it is that. No, I don't think it actually is that. I don't think it's to do with the coverage issue, actually. I think they actually have good coverage, apparently. It could be down to whether they want to pay for the coverage or not. But the coverage itself isn't really the issue. Like, as in, it is covered by the data providers quite well. It's either Sorare just don't want to pay it, the tier or whatever, or they just don't feel like it fits into the game well enough. Ask for this card to get an offer. Okay, fine. Let's just do this here. Trade. Do this here. Yeah, there's kind of an argument for that, isn't there? There's a slight argument for it. I don't think there's a big argument for it. They could do it. What are we doing here? But then again, they have the data, right? So if they've looked at the data and they've thought that it's going to skew the game too much, then fair enough. But what they should be doing is they should be communicating that stuff, right? So they should be because they know that with the competition coming up, people are going to want to know, are you covering it or not? Because like we'd like to maybe get some players for it, right? So what they should be saying is on official channels is they should be saying, if anyone is anticipating whether we're going to cover at the Asia Cup, we're not going to cover it, and these are the reasons why. But what Sorare do, and it really winds me up that they do it, and I'm hoping that this year they'll do less of it. What they do is they don't say anything, and it's just a guessing game, right? And it doesn't need to be a guessing game. Just literally say, if you're not covering it, because obviously people are going to have the question, these are the reasons why you're not covering. And it could be that they looked at the data and they just figured that by looking at the data, it's going to massively create an imbalance in the game because there are going to be too many games which are going to be too imbalanced, right? Too big mismatches. But they don't say anything. I think that's the really annoying thing. That's the thing that's almost unacceptable, to not say anything. I hate having to do this. I mean, technically, we don't have to do it. We could just buy the card for 71p, but I don't even want to spend 71p on this guy. We could probably put an offer in for this guy as well. Yeah, let's put an offer in for him as well. Yeah, let's do it. This used to be quite. Oh, he doesn't accept cash. Okay, I actually remember when this used to be quite fun. I don't know. Am I the only one? I'm just not finding this fun anymore. Trading or trying to. Oh, we got him. Oh, wow. That was easy. That is fun. I spoke too soon. Why did we get accepted there? Wow. Didn't expect that at all. Oh, we ended up freaking spending 71p though, didn't we? Because it pegged it to it. So I really wanted to. I put an offer in for 55. But what I should have done is I should have put an offer in 0.0003 ETH. Because it just pegged it to the ETH amount. What a fail. All right, whatever. We've got him. It's 71p. It's done. It's done. Right, let's throw him in. There we go. So now what we're going to run is a full stack for Alanya Sport, who have a double game week. We'll leave the captaincy on Karakar, and then we confirm that. Continue. Okay, cool. Right. Now what we should do... Yeah, their matchups are all right, aren't they? FIFA, they're not bad. I mean, it's pretty handy that I had most of the players from the Alanya Sport, and they happen to have a double game week. I think if they didn't have a double game week, I definitely wouldn't have got Cordova. But yeah, I agree with you, man. I think the matchups are okay too for that double game week. They have a chance to do well. I need to bring this up again. Hold on a second, guys. Right, now what we need to do is I need to figure out whether I'm actually going to get another player here. Not for Cap 240, but for Cap 220, because there's only 430 limited cards. And again, it's the tier 5s, right? Let's try and figure this. Maybe I don't. You know what? Maybe I don't. Maybe the play here is actually to play Benji in here. Because he's also got an L15 of 25. And then who's the other player that we can play? Lionel Carroll. Boom. That's going to be the play. Lionel Carroll. Ah, we freaking can't do it. We can't do it unless we take Mike Magnan out. And we find a replacement for Mike Magnan. We need someone who has an L15 of 49. I mean, I don't really want to play Benji. At the same time, I don't want to go out, and I don't want to spend 60p to win 60p. Do you know what I mean? For Threshold, we're going to go and spend 60p, and we actually ended up spending 71p. But that's to compete for $5, right? That's fine. Yeah, sure, there's prizes in here that are more than 60p, but the reality is that with the team that I've got here, we're going to be incredibly lucky if we get anything more than 60p. So I don't want to spend 60p to win 60p. I'd much rather just play what we've got, and then just, if we win 60p, great. If we don't, who cares? We missed out on a 60p reward. Let's, because we can't, I don't think we've got anyone else, have we? We probably need to get a replacement in, though. Yeah, okay. Well, Carroll's injured. Okay. Oh, wow. Thank you. Yeah, I can see now, actually. Look, DMP, DMP, DMP. Yeah, thank you. So I don't want to spend. I really don't. It does look like we're not going to be able to put out a team for it, though. And this is what I keep coming back to, is that actually I should be thinking I need to go and get some players, but I'm just thinking of this now, that if we can't play Lionel Carroll, which I don't think we can actually because he's injured, unless he's back really soon. No, probably not. He's been out for a while, hasn't he? Yeah. I should be thinking to myself, I need to go out and buy 2 other players here, but I'm not. I'm actually just thinking that this will be fine. It won't be fine. To the real world. Bro Boy, thank you for the follow. Oh, Bro Boy's come over. Bro Boy's come over from YouTube. His sub is 60 cents, is it? It makes me look like a real cheapskate, doesn't it? I'm also just weighing up whether it doesn't make sense to do. It doesn't make sense to do, guys. The reason it doesn't make sense to do is that we would go and spend 60p to bring in a replacement here, would swap out Mike Magnan or whoever for a new goalkeeper. Then we're still going to play with Benji up front. So we'd ideally need to replace Benji too. Like, if we don't replace Benji and we go and buy the 60p player, I don't think we have a chance. We don't have a chance of winning anything. We do, but not really. Not anything that's worth winning. Robbie, hello to you, man. I know because I bought his rare for like €8. Yeah, it's just not worth it. Like, who are we talking about here? What's his name? Who are we talking about? So that the whole chat can kind of have a little look at the guy. Hassan Ali. 1S. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I know this face. Yeah, not too familiar with him, but I know this face. Yeah. Hmm. But do you guys understand? Do you understand like where I'm coming from with this here? Is that we could go and spend 60p on this guy, right? That then puts him into this team as an extra. And then we can go and get a different goalkeeper. And then we have a team of 5 that will most likely play. I just don't think that spending 60p is even worth it. I don't think it's worth it. Because then we'll potentially not win anything, which I don't think we can with this team, with Benji in it. And if it does win something, I'm pretty sure it won't win anything more than 60p. So you spend 60p, then kind of like win 60p. And I don't think we want to do it. So I don't, maybe we just put him in, don't we? Like that. I hate it. I really hate it. But I'm kind of like almost not, I'm like nonchalant on it. I'm almost like, can take it or leave it. I don't like it. I don't like that I have that attitude to this game, to Cap 220. But I don't know how else I can feel about it when the rewards in it are so bad and having 1 rewards in Cap 220. And I know the level that we're competing at, right? So we don't have a team here that's competing for tier 1s and tier 2s, right? Even tier 3s, I don't think we have a team to compete for tier 3s. So we're either going to win tier 4s or tier 5s, and the tier 4s are probably going to be worth 60p, maybe £1. And the tier 5s are definitely worth 60p. So this is the big issue. I need to be feeling heading into a game week. The game needs to make me feel like, okay, I'm really short on quality here. I really should go out, get more players, and should be thinking, okay, if I get those players in, I've got a good chance of getting a good card reward. But the return doesn't justify the cost for me, and not only just financial, but just the time to do it, the time to find these players there's no good return on investment for it. So I'd much rather we just throw that team in. It's not going to win. We give the captaincy to Cardoso, and then that's it. And that's the thing. I've got the money in my account. There's money here for me to spend. It's only £3.35. And it's not like I'm saying I don't want to spend. I do want to spend because I'd actually like, in a way, for this team to us to have a good chance to do something in Cap 220. Just don't think it's worth it. And this is what I keep saying. This is what I was saying last year, is that I'm hoping that Sorare can improve the game so that it makes me feel like I suffer from FOMO. Like I don't want to miss out on potentially winning something here in Cap 220 because the reward is so good. But at the moment, especially with the players we've got, right? I think if I had some heavy hitters in here, like if Ugus, Cardoso, and then say Botheim, if they were all heavy hitting like 70, 80 point scorers, and I'd be like, okay, we really need to go out and get somebody, because just playing a Benji in there is going to ruin our chances to win something good. But I know my team. The reality is this is going to hit a 60p reward, if not. 34 is in his prime, Hassan. We're still not buying him. Yeah, we're just going to throw that in. It's not going to do anything, but we can at least get some rare coins from it. And then, yeah, our Cap 240 rare we already done earlier. Let's move it over to the chat. In fact, let's move it over to chat. And let's also move it in a slightly different direction as well, I think. In fact, let me ask before we just move it on quickly. Who doesn't have a Rivals? Who's not playing Rivals still at the moment? And if you are playing Rivals, how are you enjoying it? Like, what are your thoughts on Rivals, guys? Oh, I'm just kicking something. You don't need to kick. Sai, you don't have? I've never bothered, to be honest with you. You don't have it. Dino, you're not playing either. I think I have an invite to give out. I'm not honestly. I know that. Let's just bring it up, right? Let's bring it up because Nicholas did write something. Where was it? He wrote that we're going to see something in the Rivals that we're not seeing at the moment. And it was very vague, right? Very vague. Where was it? Let me bring it up, right? Now, I am kind of intrigued to see what they are going to release in the final version. Here it is here, right? If you missed this, we're just going to quickly run through it because this is what Nicholas, the CEO of Sorare, wrote on the 29th of December. So a few things to expect early 24. The Sorare Pro football is going to get a new competition structure mirroring the real world of football. I'm actually wondering from that whether that is hinting at a relegation promotion kind of league system, which I think would be kind of cool to have that because that would mirror the real world of football, have a relegation and promotion system. Star players be star players again. I'm going to be just very honest about this. We've heard that before. And actually, they moved the whole reason why they made the different tiers, the additional tiers, was so that the star players would be star players, right? So that your tier zeros would literally be like stars. But somehow that's got confused down the line. So you're now seeing that in the star tier, there aren't just star players in there. So we've heard that before. We're hearing it again. Hopefully they can get it right. Then there's this better reward structure for all sports, which is cool. Right, let's go down to we'll come back to the rest of it. This here is what I'm interested in talking about. So Sorare Rivals moving from closed to open beta. And then this here, look, big surprise at launch. Current gameplay not reflecting what you'll see at launch. What does that mean? So I'm not playing Rivals at all. I have access to Rivals. I think it's shit. I think it's completely shit. I think it's so boring. I don't think it's fun at all. The fact that I've had access to it for like a month, and I think this is the first time that I'm actually looking at Rivals in like a month, says a lot. Now I know some of you guys out there like it, and that's fine. For me, I think this is a really shit game mode. I don't find it fun, but there'll be some out there that will enjoy it, and I think what they're looking at Rivals mainly at is to try and onboard the casual gamers into it, right? I just don't find this fun at all. So I am finding it interesting that they're saying that there's a big surprise at launch and that the current gameplay does not reflect what we'll see, because maybe this is going to be either way more fun, way more engaging, or completely different. But the way this is right now, if they launch this as a full, at full launch, right? If they launched it in this state, I would not play it. I'm not playing it now. I'm not playing it now. I am going to give my Rivals invite out though. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I think I can copy the link into the chat. So I'm going to do that now. And then basically first finger wins it. How do you get Rivals? You need an invite. I only played Rivals for the extra coins from challenges. Now I don't really put Rivals teams out. Yeah, I didn't even play Rivals for the coins. I mean, that was the smart thing to do, to play it and farm the coins from it. I can't even put myself through the So here's the thing. I'll do something if I like it, if it's fun, if I want to do it. If I don't like something, I'm not going to do it. Like, even if there are some coins there, that's just the type of person I am. And I knew that I could just put the teams out and just like farm the coins. I just couldn't be asked to do it. I couldn't be asked to do an activity that wasn't fun, and that's why I haven't done it. And I'm kind of curious now after, because this was the main thing. There's a lot of things to take from this link here, this tweet. I'll copy this into the chat for you guys, right, in case you haven't seen it. So I'll copy it in. That's the link there to this tweet that we're reading from Nicholas, okay? And the main thing that got me kind of excited was actually this here, because this has been the biggest thing for me on Rivals, is that I've been very vocal from the start. I think it's shit. I don't think it's fun. I've been playing games my whole life. I'm like a gamer, true and true. Like, to my core, I'm a gamer. And if they want this to appeal to gamers and casual gamers, there are so many. There's thousands and thousands of games out there. Casual games are way more engaging, way more interesting, way more fun than this. So at the moment, and as I said from the very get-go, I think this is just not good. I know it's a beta and they're probably doing lots of cool things behind it, which Nicholas is hinting. I'm just really interested to see what he means by that, because if they launch the Rivals and it's completely different and the gameplay's far more engaging, far more fun, then I'll probably be playing Rivals, right? But at the moment, I can't bring myself to play this. However, what I am going to do is I'm going to invite you guys in to play it. So what we're going to do, and this is how I get the invite, is I basically need to set a lineup, and then once I've set the lineup, I can then invite you in. You don't have to do this game, but it just gets you in. So who needs that invite into Rivals? I know I've just been slamming it. It's not for me. You might enjoy it a lot more than I have. I just don't think it's that good at all. And I won't be playing it if it continues like this. Do you think Saudi will ever be covered? Yeah, it will be. 100%. I read that to be Premier League players may get multipliers and all-star comps since they're stars compared to high-scoring players in the lower tier leagues. No, I don't want to see that ever. I don't want to see Premier League players getting an extra multiplier in all-star. I really don't want to see that. So I don't know. Where did you see that? I'd like to know the source of that, but I never want to see that. What is it? Okay, I'll give it to you then, Icon. Icon, I'll give it to you, man. So let's set the lineup here. All right, let's just select whoever. I think Lunin's playing at the moment. Do Lunin. Let's do Marvel. Love it. Let's do Rudiger. Then let's do Bellingham. You've got to have Bellingham in there. Now we're going to struggle a little bit. Let's put Vasquez in. And then we have 55. So we can put Valverde in. We can put Brahim in. Let's do Valverde like that, right? Okay, done. Continue. Select a captain. It's going to be Bellingham. Continue. And then select your tactic. They've kind of improved this a little bit. We're going to say passes, I think. Let's do tiki-taka passes, because they're quite a passing team. Continue. And then we don't want to buy any of these cards, so continue without upgrade. Done. That's it. This is why I don't enjoy it, because I just think it's super, super bland. It's too simplistic. But I'm going to send the invite out. So invite a friend, copy the link. The link is coming into the chat right now. There you go. That's your invite to play Rivals. First one gets it will be in. Let me know, whoever uses it. But that's your invite. If you click on it, that's your invite to get into Rivals. And then once you're in, you're in. It's going to be an open beta soon anyway. But if you didn't already have the access, then that's your access there in the chat. Who used it? Who's redeemed that invite? Close some of this down as well. No worries at all, Icon. I'm glad you got it actually, because you were the one. Oh, excuse me. You were saying in the chat that you'll take it. Wow, voice. Why you can tell I haven't streamed in a while. My voice is not used to it. Hey man, can you tell me the name of the Alanya forward again? Kind of need him as well for 220. What, Sergio Cordova? Sergio Cordova was the guy that I just picked up for 60p, well, 70p. Yeah. Doesn't always start. So keep that in mind if you pick him up. Sorry. Did you have a good New Year's celebration? It was not that exciting, no. But it was fine because I don't really tend to go too hard on New Year's. Like I used to when I was like way younger. Used to go hard on New Year's, like big time. But I just didn't fancy it this year, and so I just ended up getting like a takeaway. I ended up getting a takeaway. I think I ended up playing some video games for a little bit, watching a film. It was like a semi-old person's like New Year's Eve. It was fine. It was absolutely fine. It was really cool. With good people, a little bit of drink as well, just some casual beers, nothing too heavy. What about yourself, man? Boji, what'd you do? We're going to jump over to Pooky here for a little bit. I'm going to give you guys the link as well if you're not playing Pooky. I think we need to spend time talking about it. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it now as well, New Year's Eve. I've had some brilliant New Year's Eves, but I've also had some New Year's Eves where you pay a hell of a lot to go out. It's actually the best nights out are the ones that are just completely unplanned, right? The best nights out are just you just go out. You don't think it's going to be that good on just a normal day. It can end up being some epic session where you end up out all night. You go to all these different places. You meet loads of different people. New Year's Eve, for me at the moment, just, it doesn't have the appeal. So, I'm kind of with you on that, Michidinho. Only cool if you're rich, I think. Then I'll fly to Dubai to party or something. I tell you what I'd like to do, though. I would like to go and have a New Year's Eve in Berlin. I love Berlin so much. I'd love to be able to live there one day. I really would. I'm learning. Funny enough, I'm actually, one of my New Year's resolutions was to get back and learn German every day. So do around 10 minutes of like studying German every day. And I've been doing it like since the new year. Right, that's only 2 days, right? And I haven't done it so far today. But I've been spending 10 minutes every day getting my German up so that, eventually I can go to Berlin in the future, maybe. You've been to Krakow. We are off next week. Okay, so I have a little bit of an interesting question. Well, not question. I have like an interesting and a weird story about Krakow. I have been to Krakow. I went because what I've tended to do in the past, right? This is a little bit, you guys won't know this about me, but what I've tended to do in the past is when it was my birthday, and it's my birthday in a week's time, actually, funny enough. I'm not doing it this year, but what I used to do for like, I think it was like 3 or 4 years in a row, was I actually used to go somewhere on my birthday and I used to go on my own. So I quite like traveling on my own, right? So I used to just pick somewhere that I thought I'd enjoy. It was often like a European city or something. And I'd go for like a weekend. And then I literally would just travel there on my own. And what I love about traveling on your own is that you're forced to meet people, right? You're forced to go and talk to them. Now, I talk to anyone anyway, but when you're really on your own, you talk to more people, right? And I've always just had some really good experiences doing that. And so I'd done that for Krakow. on my birthday about, I don't know, 5 or 6 years ago. And it was my birthday. I went to Krakow and I went for a weekend. I got there on Friday. And on Saturday, I was on my way back home. I was on my way back home. Supposed to be there till I think it was till like Monday, and I had to leave on Saturday, and so I basically spent I think I spent half the day in Krakow on Friday, hanging out in the old town square and just kind of like having a walk around the town and that. I wanted to go to I wanted to go to the concentration camp. It's Auschwitz, isn't it? Not too far away, I think. I wanted to do the tourist thing there. I also wanted to do some other things as well. But the reason I had to go back the next day is because I ended up right because when I go out, I can get a little bit crazy. Because I was on my own, I was drinking with these guys from Liverpool. We were watching. Funny enough, we were watching a Liverpool game at the time. Can't remember what Liverpool game it was. We were watching a Liverpool game, and we ended up getting. I got completely smashed, really drunk, and then I ended up like losing this group that I was with, and then I ended up kind of being enticed to go into this bar, right, down some random street. Now I'm old enough to know you shouldn't do that, but I was drunk enough that I kind of just didn't really care, and so I ended up going in there, and it was this like yeah, it was like a bar, but there were obviously lots of girls around and stuff. And I remember I was so wasted that I kind of put my wallet down and then I was looking for something. So I put my card down on the table. That's what I remember. And then the next thing I know is that I'm then waking up in the morning at the hostel I was staying at. And I looked at my first thing I always do after a really messy night out is to go on my mobile app, on my banking app, right on the mobile. And I quickly look at my balance because I've had so many nights out where I've like literally cleaned out my bank balance, right? And I thought I wasn't too heavy, but I couldn't remember how much I spent in that club, right? In that bar. And I looked at you guys know what's going to happen. You know what I'm about to say. I went on my Barclays app on my mobile. I looked at my bank balance, like nothing. The whole thing had been cleaned out. The whole bank balance had been cleaned out, had nothing at all. They had cleaned me because you say, how could they clean me out with my card, right? Well, I must have used my card and they must have seen me use the pin. I was just so wasted that I didn't realize that they were watching me do it. And then obviously then I was so wasted, they just swiped my card and then just used it. I did actually have my card. That's the funny thing. I had my card. It must have just been like taking it off and using it because they were. I remember at one point they were taking my cards because I remember I was using my card to buy a round of drinks or something. They must just charge me whatever, thinking he's on his own, he's wasted, he's not going to remember. And they were charging me like 200, 300 pounds for like a 20-pound round or something. So they completely rinsed me out. And I remember the next day I woke up on Saturday and I then had to I had to write my mate. He was a really good guy. I wrote him and said, mate, they've done me. They've done me over here. I said, I have to come back. I said, I've got no money. I can't stay here. I've got nothing. I said, can you buy me a ticket? Like a bus ticket, whatever, because I was staying in Europe at the time, in Austria. I said, can you buy me a ticket back to Austria? And then, yeah, I just need to get out of here because it just ruined the whole thing. You know, even if it had sent me some money, right, and said, no, it's all right, I'll send some money, you can stay out there, whatever. I just didn't trust myself then. It just ruined the experience. I just rather came back. But I want to go back to Krakow. Yeah. But yeah, not the greatest experience. And it wasn't the first time that happened to me either. So after that time, I then decided maybe I shouldn't be traveling on my own on my birthday, getting completely wasted, and just getting my bank balance rinsed out, basically. Always the best to get to know locals and see the real exciting spots and not sightseeing, definitely. Speaking of traveling, have you seen the mystery football trips that send you off to a random football match in Europe? It's some great stories, obviously depending on how good the game is. I haven't at all. Sip of tea. Have you got a link or anything? I would love to I would love to check that out on the stream, man. Yeah, they are thieving bastards, but also it serves me right. It was a good lesson. It's like, don't, if you're on your own, don't go into some, and it wasn't even like, this is the thing, Gimichidino. I remember I was literally walking down some random street trying to find my way back to the hostel, and it wasn't even like a sign. It was like a bar with no name. It had no sign or anything. It was some shady kind of entrance. We had to go up some stairs and whatnot. It was just like, alarm bell should have rung. You know, I was old enough to know. I was just too drunk to almost care. I was wasted, like proper wasted. I just thought I'd be able to get away with it, and I didn't. So it's kind of on me, really. Mystery away days. Okay, cool. Let's bring it up. Have you done it? Have you actually done it, Sippity? Has anybody done this at all? Explore the greatest cities and football clubs in Europe. Mystery away days sends you return flights, accommodation if requested, and match tickets to a game in one of Europe's iconic locations. Wow. That's so cool. It's a good idea, this, actually. What's the, let's go on here. Okay. Head to our packages page. Okay. Passport form immediately. Has anybody done this here? Maybe when the kids are grown up. I tell you what, this would actually be something that I would love to be able to give away. But how much is it? Bet there. Oh, you get a gift card though. Wow, £155. That's actually pretty good though. It's really good, no? Well, from £155. Wow. From £155 to 4,050. Okay. So, hold on a minute. So, we would say how many we were going to do, like one, then choose an airport, let's say London, right? Any. So then it gives you the price of 155. And then we would say, oh, okay, if we need accommodation or not. So if we said, okay, we don't want any accommodation, it's like £155. It's not bad though. It's okay. Then what if we said we needed like a room? 275. That's pretty good actually. I might reach out to them and see whether they want to. Thank you for letting me know, by the way, Sippity. Love it. I might actually reach out to them and see if they want to offer something or do like a partnership or whatnot. They might just tell me to like take a run and jump, right? They might just say take a hike. But they also might just say for the guys, you guys that are already football fanatics, it might be a good tie-in. So yeah, okay, let's add this, man. I'd love to do that myself, to be fair. Imagine that you don't know where you're going to go. You just know that it's somewhere in Europe. Let's add it. Let's add that one. Done. Right, cool. Your mate went to Mechelen last November. Oh, that's so cool. That's really cool. I'd love to do that. If anybody does end up doing that here on the stream, then please let me know what it was like. But I think I'll probably reach out to him anyway. Right, what are we doing here? Pooky. Okay. Right. It's time to talk about Pooky for a little bit. Because I'm having a ton of fun playing this game. And I'm playing this game probably not the way that you should be. As in, I'm playing this game like an idiot. And I'm doing pretty well. Now, I'm deliberately playing it as an idiot. Right? I'm not playing this game properly, as in I'm not playing it by researching the games properly at the moment. I have been, and you guys who've been on the streams know that I can spend a lot of time analyzing the games and whatnot. It's just so difficult at the moment to not play the game as an idiot when the returns for playing the game like an idiot are so freaking good. So if you don't know what this game is, I'll give you the quick breakdown. It's a sports prediction game. Very simple game, simple to play, a little bit difficult to master if you want to try and get the really high positions. But the great thing with this game is you only need to finish in the top 50% of a leaderboard, right? Top 50%. So if there's 1,000 people that play, you only need to get into the top 500. That is very generous. And believe me, I'm pretty sure that's not going to remain the case long term, because that is almost too generous, really. So get involved whilst you can. The link to do so is in the chat, of course. Now, the great thing with this game is that you don't actually need to know anything about football, and you don't need to know anything about the teams or the players. You don't even need to know how to predict, right? You probably think to yourself, well, how can you do good in it then, right? Let me show you how simple this game is to play and why you should be playing this game. If you're playing Sorare already and you're not playing this, you definitely should be playing this. If you're not playing Sorare, play Sorare, of course, too. But if you're not playing this, then you should be, because it's a game you can play free to play, right? You don't need to put any money into it to start playing it and checking it out. You can experiment with it. You can see what works and what doesn't work and how fun it actually can be. But then if you do want to start playing it properly and you want to actually start competing for cash rewards, which is what I'm going to show you in a minute, then you'll need to pick up a pooky ball, one of these 4 here. There's 4 different entry points into the game. If you're a whale and you've just got money to burn, then the legendary is head and shoulders the one you need to go and buy, right? But for most people, they won't be able to afford it because it's expensive. It's 1,600 Matic, which is about $1,300, right? As I say, if you've got money to burn, this is the one that you buy if you can afford it. If you don't have that type of money, which, you know, to be fair, most people won't. I certainly didn't have that money to go and buy a legendary. I started with the common. So just consider the commons as like your limited entry. You know, the limited scarcity in Sorare. The rares, of course, are the same as rares in Sorare. So that's the next level up. And then the epics are the super rares and the legends are the uniques, right? So it's very, very similar in terms of the scarcity levels, right? Now, the commons are the cheapest entry point into the game. They're the pooky ball. So it's actually this here that you get. You need a pooky ball of any one of these types, right? Doesn't matter which one, but you need to own at least one of them to then start earning money from the game, right? So imagine the common here. Rather than investing in a limited team on Sorare, you would go and basically pick up and buy a common pooky ball for about $20, right? So it's pretty much the same cost as like a cheap limited team. And once you've got that common pooky ball, you can then predict on any football game that pooky cover. And they cover so many different leagues in the game. You can actually check it out. You go to the main page, you go onto the leagues here, and they're covering the USA League, which is the MLS, the Brazilian League, Argentinian League, Japanese. I mean, you can see it here. They cover so many, right? There's a lot to get your teeth stuck into. But you need a pooky ball. And you do get a pooky ball with the link in the chat. You do get one, but that pooky ball does not allow you to win cash rewards. The pooky ball you get with the link in the chat, that will allow you to potentially win a common pooky ball, right? So you get a free pooky ball that will help you to potentially win a proper pooky ball. And then when you win this, this is basically your ticket to then start playing for cash, right? You can just skip it entirely and just go out and buy a common pooky ball, right? So imagine you're playing Sorare in the amateurs, right? You have no limited cards, no rare cards. You own no scarcity cards at all in Sorare, but you want to start winning the better and bigger rewards in the game. In order to do that, you're going to need like a limited or a rare team, but you don't want to spend any money. You want to try and do it free to play. You then try and win one of the limited cards in the amateur competitions. It's the same premise. It's exactly the same process here, where in the amateurs in Pooky, you can win one of those limited, so the common Pooky balls. And if you do, if you're lucky enough to do so, you can then start to compete. It's an entry level ticket to then compete for cash, right? Now, the great thing with this game is that, as I was saying, you don't need to know how to predict, right? I'm going to show you again, especially if you just jumped onto the stream. I'm going to show you again that you can just be an absolute dummy. You can experiment. You can do anything you want. You can make any type of prediction you want, right? It does not cost you any money to make a prediction in the game. Forget about it's going to cost you. It doesn't. It doesn't cost you. As long as you own a Pokeball, you can make predictions without no cost whatsoever, right? That is basically the cost. You buy the Pokeball, and then once you've got the Pokeball, you can enter predictions for as long as you own that Pokeball, right? The amount of predictions that you can make is limited by the amount of energy that you have. And everybody starts with 100 energy, but you can increase it the more Pokeballs that you own and the higher up that you level your Pokeballs up to, because you can make them bigger and better and stronger by leveling them up, the same as you can level up the Sorare cards, right? So at the moment, I have 3 energy left over, because I've done all my predictions, but I actually have a total energy of 233. Now, every prediction costs 10 energy to make, so I can basically make 23 predictions per game week. And there's a strategy to how you use the energy. Sometimes it's better to put a little bit into the existing game week, the live game week. Other times it's better to put some in the live game week and then more in the next game week. So we'll talk about that later, but that's essentially how it works. You get some energy, you have some Pokeballs, you spend the energy to make predictions, and then you use those Pokeballs to actually make those predictions, because the Pokeballs themselves have different attributes. They have different like features to them, which you're going to see in a minute. But you can see here already that even if you had no knowledge about football, no knowledge or no time, it's not even about no knowledge. Let's just say that you're super busy, which is what I was, right? So this is why I done 2-1 for every single Premier League game over Christmas. Do you know, like not over Christmas, but this week? Do you know why? Because I just didn't have the time to research the game. So I just figured I'm just going to do 2-1 for everything, and then just kind of like spread the net out and see whether I get anything that delivers me good scoring, right? And it did, because we actually ended up winning most of the games here. And I say winning, we won points basically from pretty much every single game apart from the last one. Because we said 2-1 here and it was 0-0. Okay. Now, the way that Pooky works, if you don't know, is that you get full points if you get the correction exactly correct, right? And you get partial points if you get some of that prediction correct. So you can see here that we predicted Luton to beat Chelsea 2-1, right? Obviously, Luton didn't beat Chelsea 2-1. They got beat 3-2. There are several, well, there's effectively 3 core elements to the scoring on Pooky. You have to get the exact score, right? That will give you the full points, or you can get either over or under 2.5 goal outcomes, or home, draw, away outcomes. So here we said the home team will win, there'll be over 2.5 goals. The home team didn't win, which means we didn't get any points for the home outcome there. We did say there'd be over 2.5 goals, and there was, it was 3-2. However, we didn't get the exact score of 3-2, right? So we get some points for correctly guessing that it's going to be over 2.5 goals, which is why we get 60 points there. And if you just look at the rest of them, 2-1, again, we said the home team would win and over 2.5, which is why we get 106 points there, because we're then getting points from both the home outcome winning and over 2.5. We said home team would win here 2-1, of course. They didn't win 2-1, but they still won. It was Man City, so we get some points there. So you just basically go through and you can see the various different points you get. And the name of the game is to just try and win as many points as you can so you can get into the top 50%. Now, this took me 1 minute to do, right? This took me 1 freaking minute to do. 1 minute. And this here, at the moment, is going to give me around projected rewards of 6.15 Matic, which is basically the polygon equivalent of Ether, right? So if you're used to Ether on Sorare, This is basically another cryptocurrency, but it's native to the Polygon blockchain, the Polygon network, which is the blockchain which Pooky's built on. Sorare's built on the Ethereum. Pooky's on Polygon, right? So 6.15 is about £5, right? And it took me 1 minute to do with no research, no effort at all. I just put in the same score for every single game and I win £5. And you can do that. You don't need to be an expert. You can do that. And you can do that for every league if you want. Maybe you don't know the Spanish league. Maybe you don't know the Italian league that well. You think, okay, my knowledge of Italian football's not that good. Just put the same score in. Look. Just do something like I done here. 3-2, 3-2, 3-2, 3. Everything's 3-2. Everything's 3-2. And this is the great thing about this game, is that you're not punished for experimenting or for trying to be bold or creative, right? If in fact you're rewarded, because if we get one of these scores here correct at 3-2, because it's such an unusual score and you get such a high amount of points for it, if we get one of these correct, exactly correct, and then we get a couple of over 2.5 outcomes in here, we're going to be easily getting top 50%. And again, this took me a minute of my time, which I think is the point, a minute of my time, and it could potentially give me £5, £10, even more than that. So loving it at the moment. I've been doing bad, loving your Pooky experiments. How have you guys been getting on Pooky? Have you been doing any experiments yourself? Because I want to hear them. FC Cincinnati has signed Miles Robinson. Wow, that's a good signing. Very good signing for them. Afternoon to Brezza as well. Anyone play the fantasy sports on Bet365? Looks fun. No, not at all. I haven't. I wasn't even really aware of it, man. Like what looks fun about it? How to make a wallet, bro, when I wanted to connect to MetaMask, it said that I can't cover some, I don't know which fee. Oh, right, okay. So which wallet do you have? Do you have a MetaMask wallet? Because I think you had this question to me as well, right? On Discord. So which wallet do you have? Right. So you have MetaMask and you have ETH, okay? But what you need to do, and let me just show you, okay? So at the moment, you can see in the game that my wallet isn't connected to this game, right? So I need to connect it. That's the one thing with this game. You need to have a blockchain wallet. If you don't have one, don't worry. The game can create one for you called Sequence, right? It's very easy. It's user-friendly. If you do have one, you need to connect it into the game. And this is how you do it. So I need to connect my MetaMask into Pooky. Click at the top here. This little extension icon in my browser. And then it brings up a pop-up, which I don't know whether you can see, actually. I don't think you can see that pop-up, can you? Can you guys see a pop-up here? So when I click over here, if I click this, can you see a pop-up? Okay, so you can't see the pop-up, right? So there's a pop-up which comes up when I've clicked on this extensions, right? Because your MetaMask is an extension of your browser, okay? It's like a browser-based wallet, a browser extension-based wallet, okay? So a pop-up comes up here, and then I click on MetaMask, and it says, do you want to give an extension access to this site? I want to give MetaMask access so that it can link to Pooky, right? So I click MetaMask, and then it says reload this page to apply your updated settings on this site. So then I reload, right? Okay. And then you can see that I now have a balance, right? I have a balance in my wallet. Okay, so my wallet's loaded in. Now, let me just show you, because it might not work like that for you. If I disconnect entirely, disconnect the wallet, right? I'm going to do it again from the start. Click at the top here, right? Pop up, then click MetaMask, okay? what will happen is nothing, okay? Then you'll get a pop-up which will come up. Okay, so I have a pop-up which is coming up now after I've clicked it, and it's telling me to log into MetaMask. So I log into MetaMask, and then once I've logged in, then MetaMask is loaded into the browser, right? Then all I need to do is then just connect the wallet. So then I can connect the wallet by clicking MetaMask, and then there you go. It reloads it in. So are you following that now? You basically need to log in to your MetaMask and load your MetaMask in the extension of your browser. Then once you've done that, then you just connect to Pooky by saying connect the wallet, and then reload the page, and it will bring in the wallet into Pooky for you. Do we have a game on right now? I think we do, don't we? So at the moment, I think we have... Oh no, a game's about to start in 10 minutes, okay. Did it work? It worked for you, yeah? Oh, cool, man. I'm glad it worked for you. This is why I want you to come on the stream, because I knew that I could show you and you'd be able to get it easily if I showed you on the stream. Imagine trying to explain that in a message. I think it would have just confused you more. So I'm glad that we were able to show you, man, like on the stream. It's just so much easier to show that rather than explain it. Okay, so we've predicted 1-1 for the next game. Let me go into my collection here. Okay, so I gave away a Pokeball at Christmas, so I've now got 7 Pokeballs. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes, 7 proper Pokeballs, and then 2 rookie balls. We've got some stickers here as well. This is an interesting one. I can actually ascend. I can ascend a sticker. You can see I've got AC Milan and I've got the 2-0. Now I can ascend both of them. The problem is that I don't think I really want to. This one's not a bad one to ascend, to be honest with you. And if you don't know what ascending means, it basically means that you can create a higher rarity sticker. So this is a common one. I could create a rare one by basically burning the lower ones, a few of the lower ones, which is kind of what we talk about on Sorare, is that why can you not burn stuff, you know, to kind of take some of them out of supply? And that's what a few of you guys have mentioned earlier today. We can ascend this one. The problem is that in order to ascend it, we need to have 2 max level stickers identical, which we don't, or we need to have 1 max level, right, which is this one here, and then 5 stickers of any level, okay, or 3 max level stickers of any kind of type. And we don't have 3 max level stickers. We've got 1 max level sticker, and then we have loads of other stickers. But the problem that we have is that tons of my other stickers are actually attached to the other Pokeballs. I don't know. I can't. As far as I know, you can't take them off. That was my understanding, that you can't take them off. If we selected this one, it's not going to take them off, is it? Surely. Or is it? Would it take them off? Okay. Let's have a look. So stickers here. So you can see that we have selected Colorado, Lanús, Valencia, 4-1, and Brest, right? I'm not going to do this, by the way, but I'm just interested because I didn't think you could take them off with Ascension. So Colorado, Lanús, 4-1, Brest, Valencia. These are all on Pokeballs right now. Can't remove, but you can replace whether that destroys the original assigned one. At least that's how it was, unless it's been updated. If we press continue here, oh, we don't want to do it. Okay. I'm assuming that it's going to allow us to... Ah, okay. It's going to... It's going to destroy them, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. It is going to destroy them. Yeah. Because if we take these, if we were to do it, we take them off. We don't take them off. Well, we kind of do. We take them off the old Pooky stickers, Pooky balls, and then it destroys them to then create a higher ascended one. Interesting. Yeah. Ordinarily, though, if we went back to here, we wouldn't be able to remove this sticker from this Pooky ball. Now that we've applied it, we can't remove it. But if we were going to do the ascension, then it would essentially remove it because it's destroying it. Okay, yeah, that is how it works, isn't it? That's interesting. Like, this is actually not a bad, this is really actually quite a good sticker to ascend. There's only 26 of these in circulation. I find that so difficult to, I find that hard to accept there's only 26 here. It's quite rare. Because a 2-0 away is actually not that uncommon. If I had more stickers, then I could do it. One, two, technically these are stickers which we need to give away for the Beat the Base, really. And this one here is our really rare one. Like, this one would really need to be ascended, but we're going to give this one away. It's super rare. It doesn't sound like it's super rare because it's only 13 circulation, but this is actually really expensive, worth a lot. Has anybody ascended anything on Pooky at the moment? Any stickers or Pooky balls? If you did, are you regretting it or has it worked out? Top 3 of your stickers are 1-1, 2-0, and international. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, the 1-1, the 2-0, and this one, the international, are amazing. They're so good. You ascended a lot in different ways. Have you ascended your stickers at all, Mark? What's the... Have you, like, ascended, like, from, say, common up to rare, and then from rare up to epic, or... What's the highest level sticker that you've got? I'm still debating with myself if I should keep saving my earnings for another ball or buy a sticker pack. You've done both, have you? Wow. What's the ball that you've got, Twitch Gaming? Because what's the ball that you've got already? I think personally I'd be going for the ball. You're getting closer to ascending an epic to a legendary. Oh my god. Wow. That's so incredible. I mean, I'm hoping that I can ascend one of my Pooky balls soon. Well, I say soon. Within the next 3 months, I'd like to be able to ascend this Pooky ball and then one of these two, but probably this one because I'm using this one a lot. A Bundesliga ball with Hoffenheim. But what rarity is it, though? Is it a common? It's a common, right? I mean, to be honest with you, I think if you have a common Bundesliga ball, then I would get another common one, Twitch Gaming, and then I would ascend it to a rare. Like, I'd max out that other common and then ascend it to a rare. Over a sticker pack. And then once you've got that rare, then you could get stickers to then apply on that rare. I think the slightly tricky thing about me ascending this ball and the other ball or not? Hmm. It probably makes sense for us to ascend these two balls than it does for this one. Because this ball's an over 2.5 ball, this is an over 2.5 ball, but this is a home over 2.5, this is a draw an over 2.5. I guess it depends on when we're ready to ascend them, because if we're ready to ascend, say, April or even May, for example, then I probably wouldn't have this as the ascending ball because this is the German league. I'd probably then have this one as the ball that we keep as the ascended ball because it's then for the Brazilian league, which is then going to be in an active season. Probably it makes sense actually to focus on this one. I quite like having the German league mines kind of ball though, rather than the Brazilian one, because we tend to predict more in the German league. Playing free to play, so it takes longer to save up for a better ball than a common. Yeah, I can imagine it does, man. Like I gave the free to play a bit of a run, and yeah, it's a bit grindy. Very grindy, actually. Okay. We'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Just a quick break, 5 minute break, and I'll be back, okay? All right, guys. We're back again. Oh wow, it's getting a bit messy. Who's still here? Who we still got in the chat? I think we'll also let's get some free tip scout fund coupons going. Here the whole stream. Thank you so much, man, Charlie. I appreciate it. Big time. Love the sippity. When are you? How comes you've been on here? I mean, I don't want to complain because I love it, man. So nice such a nice surprise to see you here. But how comes you are on here for so long? Because usually you're busy, aren't you? You can't make the day stream. So what's the special occasion? Very happy to see you on here though, man. Watching the BVB the Borussia Dortmund training session from Marbella at the moment. What do you think about Jadon Sancho going back to Dortmund, Twitch gaming? I might be listening while working. I'm with you. Let's open up some free Tit Scout Fund coupons. Let's open up a Timo Pooky. On the down low. I won't tell if you don't. We can do a go shopping as well. Find a player. Pick my lineup. Let's open that one up too. I think we can pretty much do a lot of them. We'll open them up anyway. Cool, it's a good start. All right. This is what just going to talk about Pookie a little bit more. What do you guys think Pookie needs next to help evolve the game? Because for me personally, one of the things that I've mentioned is that this energy system is fine and it actually works pretty well. But once you've used all your energy, there isn't really much more to do in the game. So I often find myself, once I've done my predictions and I run out of energy, it's kind of then like, I don't need to go back to the game anymore until like the next game week, right? When I get my next new energy. And I kind of wish that there was either like, as I mentioned at the start of the stream, an in-play predictions that you could do where you get some in-play energy or just some daily energy for a specific different game mode where you can do like a daily game. I think that there should be something a bit more daily to keep you coming back to the game a bit more. I think it's a good deal for both parties. The liaison with United is done and he knows he has our trust and can get back in shape. Just curious if we'll have a buy clause or not, but overall it's a good and risk-free. I agree. It's a shame for him and also for Man United that it hasn't worked out. But it's a good move for him to go back, I think, if he can. Try and resurrect his career. Yeah, just idea here, idea searching. Guys, what would you like to see come into Pookie next? Add flash predictions with extra energy where you have like 30 minutes to put out extra predictions for some extra POC. I quite like that. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. I think I mentioned it earlier, like a both teams to score prediction I'd like to see too. Whether they add that in to the main game or they add that separately, I'd like to see something else like that. I think there needs to be something daily though, doesn't there? Maybe daily logins as well. So if you log in daily, then you can get some POC. Because the POC is really difficult to win. Like it's difficult to win it in the number that you need to win it in to keep progressing. So maybe a nice way to help the loyal users who keep coming back and keep engaging with the game. Maybe they get like a login reward every 7 days or something. Not every 7 days, but every day they get something, and then at the end of the 7 days they get something big. They could be POC tokens. It could be probably maybe a sticker. They probably wouldn't give away a sticker though, would they? Yeah, something like over 1.5 goals in the second half. Yeah, the first half goals and second half goals I'd really like to see too. They mentioned before about yellow cards and red cards as well. So being able to predict cards could be an interesting thing. Early level upgrades with POC is fine, but once you reach the high levels, it's quite hard to win enough to do enough leveling. I agree. I completely agree with you. It's funny, I actually reached a point on Pooky where I didn't feel like I was getting anywhere. I actually felt like I had, my growth had stalled, completely stalled. I was struggling to win, like 100 POC I was winning. When I was winning, it was about like 40 POC or 20 POC. It was something really small. And I think I had like a month where I just didn't seem to be progressing or getting anywhere. And I probably, if I hadn't have kept the faith and kept going, that could have been quite a difficult month where I would have thought, you know, like I can't get anywhere now, so I'm just going to quit. So maybe giving players another route to still earn the POC tokens, like outside of the predictions, I think would be really useful, so that anybody who is playing and is maybe not doing that great at winning the POC can at least feel like they're earning an amount that they can start to save up. But I was the same. I agree that the early level is really easy to earn the POC tokens, but then you kind of, I don't know, after a few months of play, it can be really difficult when you get your Pokeballs up to the high level again to then get the Pooky tokens or the POC tokens that you need. Every time now I'm leveling up, I think to get to the next level, it's taking about close to 250 to 300 POC tokens to level up. And at the moment, we've got 254. So if we wanted to level this Pokeball up for the next game week, and we had enough XP to do it, we'd need to win roughly this to make sure that then the next game week, we could potentially level the Pokeball up again. So the growth really does start to slow down a little bit. Yeah, they could add something like a progress path, yeah. We could get a login reward every day, and then you have milestones every 7 days and it resets every month. I agree, yeah. What would you like to see them give you, though? Maybe if you logged in every day for like a month, so at the end of the month, you get a little bit of Matic as well. That could be quite cool. And I think the thing is that if you log in every day, you almost need to have something to do every day as well, don't you? Because otherwise, then you just kind of, that's the problem. Like the login rewards is actually quite cool, but what you don't want to have is like login rewards where people are just logging in for like 20 seconds, claiming the reward, and then knowing that there's nothing else to do. So then they're just logging back out again. Kind of want to bring them back in, say, this is thank you for coming back. And then once you're there, it's like, well, I can also do this, this, and this, right? Maybe they need to have some events. They could have some events, couldn't they? They could have some events which pop up where they're multi. Ooh, that would be an interesting one, wouldn't it? Imagine if you could predict on multiple games from different leagues, but in one game mode. So there might be a couple of games from the Spanish league, a couple of games from the Italian league. You can't do that at the moment. That would be cool. And they could do that as a daily one. I'd really like that. What do you guys reckon? If there was a league here, almost like All-Star, where you have a combination league. So rather than just predicting purely for America games and Brazilian league games, you have All-Star or the combined league, right? Which then has some Brazilian league games or some Argentinian league games, and it changes every week. which changes every day. I think that would be really cool. At the moment, the only mix is really coming in the Champions League and the Europa League. Afternoon and New Year to Luke B10. How you doing, man? You right? I mean, I guess if they had the collect and trade marketplace in the game, then that would be a completely... In fact, you know what we should do? This is what we're going to do. Let's check out the roadmap. Because we haven't looked at the roadmap in a long time. And I don't actually remember what are the next things which are supposed to be coming. Let's have a little look at it. The current focus is on a mobile app. That's pretty cool. So when the mobile app comes out, that'll be good. And then the next after that would be token economics. Tokenomics, sorry. Evolution towards a closed loop system. Then after that, crafting, which is going to be really cool. In-app secondary marketplace as well after that. New sports will be definitely interesting. I do think, though, that they need to have something daily before all of that, though. Like, just for, I'm speaking for myself here, and maybe you guys have a similar view or different view. If you do, I want to hear it. But, yeah, I want to play this game more. Like, I actually want to engage with it more. I don't want to just, like, put my predictions done or down, get all my predictions done in, like, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, and then be like, okay, I don't need to look at this game for, like, another week or something. And it's actually kind of one of the best things about Pooky is the fact that you don't need to spend a lot of time on it. You can do it really quickly. But then for the people out there that do want to spend a lot of time on this game, there isn't anything else for them to spend their time on. So I'd really like them to have, and I'm probably going to speak to them about it as well. I'm going to probably reach out to them this week, actually, and say, are there any plans for getting some kind of like a daily mode or some game that you can do when you spend all your energy here whilst you wait for the energy to reset. Doing good. Been enjoying the holidays. How about you? The same, man. Yeah. I tell you what I've been doing a lot of. I've been playing a ton of Marvel Snap. I've been having a load of fun playing Marvel Snap, honestly. The undercutting on Sorare at the moment is unreal. Ulysses Limited went for 53 on auction yesterday. Now there's no game week. Everyone is underlisting him now down to £43. Yeah. Hello to Irish Paulie as well. This is one of the things that winds me up a little bit about the market, and it was one of the things that I was worried about with the secondary, is that when Sorare last year made all the changes which effectively pushed their sales on the primary market, they basically were draining the life out of the secondary market. So when you drain the life out of the secondary market, where people just basically can't sell cards, right? It's too much of a struggle to sell. Then what you're going to find is that if you've got a card up and you can't sell it, you're getting no offers for it, and everyone else is in the same boat, everyone's just going to keep dropping their price, dropping their price, right? So it just becomes a race to the bottom. And it's going to be interesting to see what Sorare do with their new announcement. Because if Sorare make any changes to the game economy, which is then almost like a reversal, it reverses some of the effects that we're seeing in the secondary market, then for me, it will confirm that like they made a big mistake with how they were approaching the game economy. And I don't know, it's one of those things where if I was in charge of Sorare, I don't think I would have done the decisions that they've done, which is good or bad, right? But I don't think that I would have hurt the secondary market to the extent which I think they have. Because I think you need to have a balance, a nice, healthy balance in two. And we just don't have that. We don't have like a nice, healthy equilibrium balance between primary and secondary. I haven't even looked at any data. I can just tell you from looking and playing the game, and I'm sure you guys as well will say the same, that it's too difficult. It's too difficult to sell cards. I mean, thank God we've got bots, right? Thank God we've got bots, but then that almost self-perpetuates the problem, because then if you can't sell, then you're going to sell really low to a bot, then the bot's going to buy it off you, then the bot can then sell it for even lower than what those other guys that are trying to sell, the normal guys are trying to sell at. So it's a horrible situation, a horrible cycle to be part of. Wanted to sell and build a Cap 240 and another lineup to play for this weekend. I think this is the point, isn't it? This is the point that's been lost here somewhere in translation, is that like if you also experience this, then like chime in, okay? Because I actually used to really enjoy, and I still enjoy playing Sorare, but I used to really enjoy when you were playing Sorare and you were kind of looking at your team and you're thinking, okay, I don't think I really have a good enough team here for this weekend. And actually, I don't want to just go and add new players. I just want to almost shift those players out and then replace them with like a completely new team, right? And I actually remember that you know, back in Sorare, you were able to do that fairly well, where you could shift out 5 players within a day or something, then get the money for them, and then go back into the market, do some scouting trading, and then have a completely different team by the end of the day. And you could do it so fluidly that it was actually a lot of fun. It was fun dipping in and out of players. Now, they've tried to incentivize holding on to players with the collection game, which I get. They've also done a lot of other things, though, that have almost made it the secondary market, not made it a place to avoid, but they've made it that it's an environment where it's too difficult now to dip in and out of cards, right? Too difficult, to the point where players, like managers who legitimately want to freshen up their gallery, like maybe their gallery is just a little bit stale, maybe the teams they've got just aren't working for them, and now they actually want to freshen up and rebuild for the next game week. A lot of the time, good luck doing that. Good luck trying to rebuild a team before the start of the next game week, because it can take far too long to rebuild now, like crazy long. I've been in amateur and kickoff mode until I won Police, but he was £20, so held on until his value rose, but it's so hard to sell. What do you think, Irish Paulie? What do you think Sorare need to do to make it easier to sell? It's also a question for the whole chat. Luke B10's also redeemed a finer player, so we can do that for you now as well, man. Let me know what you need, and we'll have a little look for you. What do you guys think Sorare need to do to make it easier to sell on the secondary market? Because I don't even bother selling my cards anymore. Do you know why? Because it seems like a pointless process. You get them listed up for sale. I don't get any offers really, and then the offers I do are just absolute trash, and I just have to go through this process of reselling, relisting, The only time that I actually end up selling them is directly to a bot. It just shouldn't be like that. It really shouldn't be like that. Trying to find a rare goalkeeper for 250, max 300 for 240. Okay. We'll have a little look for you now, man. There's a few we can find. Let's try and find you some decent ones though. You have no idea. It is a tricky one. It is. I think if anyone had the easy fix, then would have it right. It's a difficult one, but I have to be honest with you. I think that Sorare have done so many great things over the last year, but I also think that they pushed the secondary market too far, as in they pushed it too far to the point where they almost nearly broke it. Yeah. I don't know whether they need to. It'd be interesting if they decide to keep the same business model, because if they keep the same business model, it only really works. Let's be honest with you. It only really works if they can continue to grow, where their new user acquisition consistently, week after week, month after month, outstrips the amount that they're minting. And if it doesn't, if it slows down at any point, then we're going to start to see the same thing happening again and again and again. So I'm really interested to see what they're going to say soon. You said max 300, right? Yeah, 300. Let's do 320 here. Filter. They don't need to have a game in Game Week 439. Let's take that off. Are we looking for someone for Europe at all? Luke B10. Who we like? What league are we looking for? Hey, FTS just joined in. What are you discussing? We've just been talking about basically. We've been talking about the game, the state of the game, as we usually do. And we've been talking about what everybody thinks needs to happen or would like to see happen to fix the game economy, to restore liquidity back in the secondary market, to make sure that cards can hold their values for longer, for more, because we know they're always going to go down over time. But what we're basically seeing with the card values is that they're not even really maintaining good prices at all. They're just all going down, right? Like the whole point of this type of game was that the cards that are supposed to be highly sought after and in high demand should keep their prices quite high, right? But even those players are just too low. And so then that just tells you that actually there's something going wrong if the high demand players are still going down. You know, like the best players are still going down in value. Don't get me started on it. You know my opinion. Yeah. I need to ask you actually, FBL, are you still investing in limited at all, FBL thinker? Preferably Europe as well. Okay. You need them for Cap 240, right? I want to try and give you a goalkeeper that we haven't talked about on the stream before. So that's what we're going to try and focus on. What's going on here with the... Okay. Let's put some scoring on here. Ideally need some good AA. Put that at 8 there. Hello to Paolo Horo as well. Yeah, what happened? What happened with the Pappy trading then? Alfred Gomez is decent, but he's not playing enough at the moment. Oh, this guy's so good. It's just not, there's not enough cards of this guy. It's really frustrating. Okay, cool. That's at 8 there. Okay, cool. Good. Let's bring the decisive score up a little bit as well. Filter. No, you sold most of your high price limited. Kyogo last game week, mostly trading in limiteds and investing in rare. Are you trading quite liquid in limited? Because that was what a lot of people were saying, that because the limiteds are supposedly that really liquid scarcity, then you'll be able to dip in and out of them. It's not the case at all. I haven't found it to be the case anyway. It's nowhere near as liquid as what I thought it would be. All right, let's sort this differently as well. Not by floor. So a little gander here. What we're working with. Is that sorted? Mmm. Wow. I like this guy. I like this guy a lot. We've actually, I think we've spoken about this guy for his penalty saving ability as well. Benjamin Lecomte. His level of scoring is fantastic. Now, his average is 297. He's on the market for 334. A month ago, he was going for under 300. This guy's brilliant. This guy's really good. Let's bring him up as well. I think it's worth having a closer look at his actual stats for the season on SofaScore. Free to Scout, people were asking 150% to 175% of the average value. Oh my God. Which is kind of nuts, right? Because you'd almost think that they wouldn't be asking for that because it's not so easy to sell. It should almost be the other way round. This guy is making 3.9 saves on average per game. Wow. That is a lot. That is a lot. That's on average per game. 1.2 goals conceded per game is decent. Yeah, 6 clean sheets in, what, 18, 17 games, so 1 in 3. His AA alone is fantastic. Got some decent clubs to his name as well, this guy. I quite like him. I think last season he posted fairly similar numbers as well. Look, 3.9, 2 penalty saves out of 4. The only thing I'd say with Montpellier, they're not the type of team that keeps a lot of clean sheets, really. But then if you're looking for a goalkeeper for threshold, it doesn't really matter too much. And if anything, you'd almost want them to be relegated so that then next season they'll be even stronger. So if you don't know about this guy, Luke B10, I think this guy is worth a serious look because he's absolutely perfect for threshold. Phenomenal for threshold, really. Gives you so much good scoring in this range and above. Hardly ever bombs. Even when they do concede, he's usually there or thereabouts in his AA. Pretty consistently getting good scores of, look at this here, it's really good. So I like this guy. Someone else you could maybe look at as well. Let's give you another name. Why not? Danny Martin's in there. I like Danny Martin. Yeah, Castameyer's another one. Castameyer at £246, I think, is really good. Again, he's got that nice level of scoring in this range and above. His AA is fantastic. He's had a bit of a disappointing, underwhelming. Him and the team have had a bit of a disappointing, underwhelming end to like 2023, where they just started to ship a lot more goals than what they usually do. And because it is the two Bundesliga, it's a league where there are quite a lot of goals in there that can be scored for and against. So you have to keep that in mind. He's only 26, this goalkeeper. He's actually, in my opinion, one of the best goalkeepers in the two Bundesliga. Technically, could probably be playing for a higher division team. So him at 246 now is really good. That's got to be one of his cheapest prices, surely. It is, look. He's now at around his cheapest that he's ever been, Kastenmeier. I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a move to a bigger club in the future. So yeah, my suggestions here would be Kastenmeier. God, you've got Dean Henderson here at 263. That's not bad. Because Dean Henderson's decent, but I'd probably be picking up Kastenmeier or Lecomte. So I hope that helps you, Luke B10. People have lost so much. Most are frustrated while selling and take their frustration out this way. I'm ruling them out to be super greedy. Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I think I agree in a way. I don't agree with what they're doing, but I actually agree with that idea that if you've got lots of your managers, lots of your users that have lost money, right, on their purchase, then they'll try and make up for it by then asking for way more to then compensate for those losses, right? Yeah, Castamar is brilliant. To be honest, he's quite an easy one for me to recommend as well, because you can see that I have his limited. And I honestly don't have many more limited I don't have any more limited goalkeepers, really. I've got a handful. I've been selling off a few of them because I'm just losing my faith in limited. I really am. But the one goalkeeper that I'm kind of refusing to sell is actually Kastenmeier. I just think he's so good. We had Sorare Germany in here as well a few times, and Sorare Germany was also saying that this guy here, Kastenmeier, is, in his opinion, the best two Bundesliga goalkeeper. He was also, we were talking to him on the stream, and he was kind of saying he should be getting a big move in the future to a better club because he's that good. So yeah, good one. I love it when the Rivals comes up here and it tells me that there's an arena ticket available for me. I should be excited to have another arena ticket. Most of the time I just ignore it. Okay, I really couldn't care. I know that's not great, but they've got to make that so good, Rivals. So much better than what it is at the moment. Let's try and work out, just whilst we've got a few more minutes left, let's try and actually work out who our captain's going to be for this weekend. Because João Figueiredo is actually not too bad. He's just got a really difficult game. But he has the potential to hit an 80-90. He really is. Really good keeper and good club too. There you go. Twitch Gaming's also from Germany. So you've got the double seal of approval there. They're good Fortuna, but they've kind of they sort of dropped off a little bit, didn't they? They dropped off towards the back end of 2023. They still got some really good wins, but no, they just looked a little bit shaky at times when like they had a few weird results. Like this one here, 1-0. This one was shocking. They lost 3-1 against Wehen. That was really weird. But yeah, they're pretty solid though. good team to get involved in. I think the other thing as well is that for Luke B10, if you get Kastenmeier, then there's actually some really good defenders that you could look at as well. So, for example, you could look at Zimmerman, who pairs up really well with Kastenmeier. You could look at Jordi De Visch in here. You could look at Oberdorf. You know, you could look at Andre Hoffman. There's some good defenders in here. Zimmerman would be my pick because I'm a big fan of him. But yeah, it's a good goalkeeper and then a good kind of defensive unit to stack up with. How's Ali Varol and will he stay their goalkeeper next year? Oh, honestly, that's a question which I don't think can really be answered. There's a lot of talk always about Ali Varol. He is their number one. He wasn't, well, he has been the number one for a while, but last season he was kind of switched between him and Miami Yildirim every now and then. That was when when Sivasspor had a different coach. The coach this season, he likes Ali Varol. Ali Varol has actually been performing very, very good for Sivasspor. So there's absolutely no reason for them to change up Ali Varol this season. I think it depends a lot on where Sivasspor end up and how many goals they concede at the end of the season, if I'm honest with you. Because if we bring up Sivasspor right now, Sivasspor are actually performing quite well in the table. Like if you have a look at them, like they're mid-table, right? They're bang on mid-table, okay? Now, I actually think this is pretty good for Sivasspor because I don't think that Sivasspor are that good a team. I really don't. I look at their players and I'm not wowed by their players at all. They have a few good players in there. They play pretty good as a team, but they've conceded 27 goals at the moment. Now, most of those goals, I think, have come actually at home. Or actually, to tell a lie, they've come away from home. But most of those goals have come against the big boys, right? So when Sivasspor play like a Fenerbahce, a Galatasaray, Trabzonspor, Besiktas, they're going to concede like 3 goals or something. But when they go up against these teams like Kayserispor or Kasimpasa, Gaziantep, like he does really well and they don't concede a lot of goals. So I think like they'll probably look at things at the end of the season and just weigh up how many of the goals he's been at fault for. But I think he's actually been very, very good. But I don't know whether he wants to stay or not. I think he does, but I think it's too soon in the season for me to answer that, to be honest with you. Yeah. Like, he's been performing well, though, so all things considered, I think I'd expect him to stay. Yeah, Zimmerman is injured. Yeah, Zimmerman's very good, though. I love that you've just reminded us about that. So thank you, Callista. You're right, he is injured. He's a very good one to pair up with him when he's back and fit. All right. Let's go and raid someone. Well, I said we were going to work out the captaincy. I think this is going to be my captaincy. Reason being is that he has a lot higher end to him, higher scoring. So I think he's my captain for now. Right, let's go and raid somebody. And then we'll end the stream. Who do we go and raid? Let's have a look. Sorare DZ. Don't know this guy, actually. Sorare DZ. Let's go and raid him. Let's go and raid Sorare DZ. So, guys, we're going to end the stream here. First stream back of 2024. I'm going to be back again tomorrow in the day and then also in the evening. So, yeah, if you want more Sorare content, then jump on tomorrow at 12. And then in the evening, we'll be doing Marvel Snap, which is a new game we cover on the stream now. Very fun. You'll see me in this stream for a little bit anyway. So come and jump on. Let's go and see what he's doing. But yeah, thank you so much for today's stream. Thank you for all the support. You'll see a couple of tweets from me tonight on Twitter. And then, yeah, I'll catch you all again tomorrow. So thanks for today, and I'll catch you later. Thanks, guys.